My audience, welcome to Lake State Media. I welcome everybody, and I'm very sorry for inconvenience. There were some little tech that we were working on that we fixed on my side, and I fixed them. And right now is legit, and everybody is welcome. And our live today, the reason we come to live is that we are hosting one of our LT colonel in the army by name Emmanuel Majur Majak. He was one of the Red Army, and that's why we welcome him with the Red Army song, because we have not forgotten the liberation. Always when we bring one of us, we have to play our songs because we remind ourselves. You will hear from him. He will talk in many details to all Jij Alamed. He will tell you the reason why he come to Lake State Media today. So please, let's join our hand to welcome Emmanuel Majur. I will play songs a little bit, and in just 2 minutes, I will bring him. Thank you.
Kali itu Paul.
DR Deng.
Ya kali ngoi into kamera ko. Kamera ko.
Kamera ko.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. So how you been?
I'm doing very well. I have 2 devices and I'm making echo, so I'm trying to shut one down.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself.
Yes. Oh, mute yourself. Yes, I'm doing very well. And welcome to Lake State Media, DR Deng Diing.
Thank you.
I always like you to be here with us. Mute yourself.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, mute yourself. Let me mute you. Okay. Yes, I already start the show, and we are hosting one of our brothers, one of our Red Army individuals by name Emmanuel Majak. And that's why I play the Red Army songs, because we remind ourselves of our struggle. And I'm happy that you join us. So it will be a fantastic interview. Emmanuel was in South Sudan Army, which is SS DF, South Sudan Defense Forces, and he left and joined SSUF Army. So today, we, the Jej Al-Amir, when one of us left, we sometimes want to bring him and we ask him why he's leaving the SPLA. Because we believe that this party was formed for us, and the reason why it was formed is to educate us and bring us to the leadership so we can develop South Sudan. We are the seed, and that's why sometimes we feel different when one of us leave us, and that's why we want to bring Emmanuel. Emmanuel is he was in the Jej Al before, and even right now, but he joined UF Army, and that's why we want to bring him to ask him why he left us, you know. And I like that you are here, so we can join our hand together and welcome him and ask him, and from there he will talk to us more about his living. And also we are happy to welcome other Red Army. David Amor Majur is on his way coming to join us, and more people are coming. I've seen more people sending me requests. Also, people who are watching us, please join us. You can send a comment, you can send a question, and we can ask our brother, and we will give him more time to express himself. Thank you. So let me play Red Army songs a little bit so we can welcome others, and from there I'll bring it. Emmanuel Majur, Majak, welcome to Lake State Media. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm doing very good. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great. I'm great.
Thank
Thank you very much, my brother Vol, the CEO of Lake State Media. I'm really very thankful to you for hosting me this evening. And I'm thanking you, the entire team of the Lake State Media, for the great job that you guys are doing. You have created a platform that is really helping people to talk, to dialogue as Sudanese people. It doesn't matter whether you are a rebel or whether you're in Juba or you're in the diaspora. But the platform that you have formed is playing a very great role by bringing people together to be able to interact on the affairs of our country. So it's a great job. I give you a thumb up. I commend you for that job. And if it was in Juba, such platform would not be allowed. We used to have what we call Youth Today in Juba. But when we on SS TV then, but when we go and talk things to do with the youth empowerment and a lot of things, social and political issues, we get text messages being threatened. Why do you do this? And you are part of the government. You're in the army and all this. So it was a big problem for us to be able to interact and discuss matters that are pertinent to the country. And you guys have done a very good job. And your media platform is very impartial. It doesn't take a side. It doesn't favor anybody. You guys are like mediators between the people or among the citizen. You bring different groups to talk things on that platform, and that's that's dialogue by itself, and that will bring peace among the people, among the communities. So it's a very great job. continue doing the same job, and you are helping the country. So that's what I can share, and that's my thanks to you as LSM platform.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, we thank you very much. Welcome to Lake State Media. Lake State Media is a platform or is a forum whereby any South Sudanese citizen come and express himself or herself. And your expression is very important to South Sudanese people, because South Sudanese people are looking forward to see what is affecting our citizen in our country. It doesn't matter what party you belong to. You can be from any party, but you are building South Sudan. So, and that's why we looked at everybody equally, and we are happy to welcome anybody here in the platform to tell us what is affecting him, how we will build the country, what will be taken away and what will be added. Today, we are with the different members. We are with DR Deng Diing, is one of us, one of the Red Army, and here I am, and other people are coming. So I will ask you more questions, and also other Red Army people will join us and will have some question to you. And the reason why we would like you, Emmanuel, to ask you is that when one of us left us, we feel so angry. We feel unhappy because we feel that we are content. We are together all the time. But if one of us left, we need to know why he left. Is his leaving will bring something to us, or will it take something away from us?
Brother Paul, let me correct you. Let me correct you before you go further.
Right.
I didn't leave. Where did I go?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, I speak 3 languages very fluently. I speak English, Arabic, and Dinka. So anybody, to our viewers, they're free to ask me in a language. Those who are in the opposition, they have not left. They have not gone anywhere.
Okay.
They're still with you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. That's a very good correction that you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Emmanuel, I know before you were with the SS South Sudan Defense Forces, and last month I read that on your timeline you joined SSUF Army. So, and that's the main reason why I called you today, to come and talk to you and ask you, why do you leave SPLA, SPLM? Why did you left?
Oh, thank you. There are many reasons. We are talking about them, but I will give you a few. We might talk until tomorrow, until next tomorrow, because even the reasons, some of them, you know them, you are aware of them. But before I could digress into those reasons, first of all, let me salute all the Red Army members who are in the US and who are in diaspora, in general, Australia, US, Canada, and many places. I salute you. We are all together. You are living abroad. We are living in South Sudan, and apparently now I'm in Kenya, but we are all connected. We are one people. Whatever you're doing there is the same thing that we are doing here. So I salute you. And I thank Paul for welcoming me using those songs. Red Army and the SPLA is always in our heart. Although it has been messed up, but the very beginning of it is in our heart. The name might change to something else, but the reasons might not change. So first of all, I would like to begin by taking you these fundamental reasons. If I may ask you, what were the fundamental reasons that took people to the bush? the fundamental reasons why people leave Khartoum regime and went to the bush to fight the Arab government. Because there were several reasons that disappointed people. Marginalization, you know it. Oppression, you know it. Discrimination. We were considered as second citizens in our own country. You see? They used to call us Abid or pagans, people without a religion. So we were mistreated in our country. They took all our resources and we benefit nothing. So our forefathers, or the founders of the SPLM, led by Dr. Garang, they didn't like that treatment. They went to the bush in order for us to come out of those mistreatment, in order for us to be able to be free in our country, in order for us to be able to have equal rights and equal opportunities, and be treated with the dignity and respect as a human being. So those were the reasons. And they were achieved by the SPLM. The war was achieved. I mean, the battle was won through peace talk and referendum. We got a country. Our hopes were to now deliver services to our people, like said by Dr. Garang. Were to be equal in our country. Was to bring those seeds of the nation that were sent to Australia, to America, to Canada to come and participate in building the country, like said by Dr. Garang. Have you been brought back to come and work? Those of you who come individually, you come and nobody gives you a job. Instead, they take Ugandans and Kenyans, Nigerians, and whatsoever, petty people who have not even equal education, I mean, quality education. And then they give them job instead of you, people. So those are the reasons. It's one of the reasons. So SPLM, under the leadership of Salva Kiir Mayardit, abandoned the vision of the SPLM. They are operating with the mercenaries of Mu'tamar Watani, the NCP. They replaced the Red Army with the Mu'tamar Watani, cadets, those young people from Khartoum, which is not bad. They are our brothers, but let's be incorporated together so that our ideologies and their ideologies can match together and we build our nation. Nobody says that you don't need nobody. No. You can come from Khartoum, you can come from anywhere and be part of the development of the country. But the problem is, as Salva Kiir and his mercenaries done anything, the oil, resources from the oil, how many years from our independence and during interim period? Nothing. Juba is a big village. It's not a city, it's just a big village. No running water, no electricity, no nothing. Where does the money go? It goes into the pocket. They couldn't even afford to pay the membership fee for East Africa. They couldn't afford to pay the membership fee for African Union. And that money, individual person can just remove it from his pocket and pay that money. You see, there are so many reasons, several reasons, and you know them. If I might go briefly before I'm coming back to the question that you asked. Many of us who were in the Red Army, you went to abroad. You went and educate yourself. When Dr. Garang went there, he told you will come back and help the country after the independence. Okay? Some of us who remained in the bush during the liberation and even joined the SPLA after we grew up, we also came back to East Africa and educated ourselves and went back to serve the country in different ways, like in business sector. I left the army when I had to rank because liberation was done and there are a lot of opportunities. And somebody with education, you cannot remain in the army, you go and do some other things. And it's not me alone. Many of soldiers, original soldiers from the SPLA, who got education, they went and served in companies. I joined a company known as ABMC, Road Construction Company, and I worked there for several years while my promotion is going on there. So what I realized in the business sector, after that, there were a lot of opportunities. I established my own company. Dealing in the market was very good. I didn't want to join the army because we were doing a lot of things. We're building a school, we're doing road construction. So this is the development we want. It's not remaining in the barrack when you have something that you can do to the country, because we need to build the country in different ways, not in one way. But look what happened. The market got corrupted. If you're not from J1, you cannot get paid. The contracts are given to the the children of the ministers, or those who are connected to the president, or those who are connected to those cartels. You've been to Juba, maybe you got that experience. And even if you are given a contract, you deliver it, you will not be paid your money. You have to hire somebody, you have to bribe somebody. And you are the same citizen of the country, like the other person. You have to bribe in order for you to get your payment. Corruption became a system officially. Somebody asks you that I'll give me your document, I'll go and bring your money and give me 10% or 20%. The profit that you're making is going to somebody else. That's how worse it got in the country. So the foreigners, they withdrew out with their money. Other people like us, money got stuck because we don't want to bribe. I cannot, out of my conscience, I cannot do it. Why would I bribe somebody who even came from Khartoum because he's related to somebody in J1 or somebody within those cartels? I cannot. We always tell them, fuck you. We cannot do anything. We cannot bribe you. If that money remain there, let the money remain there. We are not doing anything with the bribery. If we do bribery, it kills our conscience. It kills our conscience. It's like you are selling your own child for a profit or for a benefit. So that thing, how was it got? And I'm ready to challenge most of them. If they come live here, to challenge it, I will tell them the example and where it went wrong. So those are some of the reasons. Coming to why I joined SAP, many people realize.
Let me intervene. Before you go to SAP, which is SSUF, I understand that you said you were an entrepreneur. You said you established your own company. You said you found Majura Ventures, right?
I had a company called Yeroyal. Everybody knows it. I delivered a lot of contracts. Yeroyal Petroleum, Majur Ventures, yeah.
So you were dealing with oil and gases?
Oil and gas, yeah. It's a big company. It was known. I did a lot of supply.
How did your business fail?
During the war, during the crisis, as patriotic people, I had a lot of oil. So I just supplied to the army simply because, the army didn't have, logistics to do with the fuel and all this. So most of us supplied food and all this, even without contracts. All those contracts were signed. But later on, it became another issue. Nobody honored what we did. Some of us even donated vehicles for transporting the army, in order to defend the government. So but it became something else later on.
So you were dealing with the government. You were supplying the army with the oil. You signed the contract with them, and you supplying them with oil.
Yeah, right.
Did you get paid right away?
No, with a contract, you cannot get paid right away. You have to deliver. But with the crisis, when crisis came, the government, invested. We cannot go deeply into those because the government has to, utilize money on other things, not to do with the food, because there was insecurity in the country. When the country is at war, the priority is not paying the vendors or the suppliers. What they do is, to do procurement for other things like militarily and all these hardwares and all that. So it became not a priority. But later on, when the money came, corruption also got in. Some individuals who are related to, to some other big people, they got chance of being paid, and others were left without being paid. And it became like a corruption. Now you want to be paid, then you got to go through someone. So that's how it became, another scenario.
Oh, okay. So what I understand, you supply the oil, you were not getting paid because the contract said that you have to supply and you will get paid later. And then later you did not get anything. You were not getting paid. But what I understand
That's right.
From your say, you said that you didn't get paid, and people who are close to the generals and are close to the government members or government commanders are the one getting paid. Can you correct that? Is that what I just heard from you?
Yeah, I'm talking about corruption. I'm not even talking about me myself alone. I'm talking about the corruption. Not me. It's not a particular example. It's just one of the examples, okay?
Yes.
It had happened to many people, and it's happening now within the country. Even in the employment sector, degree doesn't work. There are many students who are graduating from the University of Juba, from East Africa, from those one who are signed up to study. When they come back, there is what they introduce, they call it recommendation letter. Recommendation letter is valued more than the degree. You might have a diploma, the other one has master's. But if you got recommendation letter with your diploma, you get a job tomorrow. The other one with master's will not get a job. And where do you get a recommendation? You get it from your uncle, one of your corrupt uncles. You see? Is it how we going to run the country? People should be given jobs based on merit. People should be paid, based on what they have delivered. So in the private sector, that's the corruption I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you for that, Emmanuel. Dr. Ding, do you have any? Now we are talking about a business. He is making a business. He delivered the oil, and not him alone, many companies, but they were not getting paid. And you get paid when you are close to the members of the, you're getting paid when you have a boss that working with the government. That's what I understand. Not him alone, but many companies, many entrepreneurs. So, Dr. Ding, do you have anything that you want to ask about this topic so we can move to another topic?
Thank you very much for inviting me to Lagos State. And I thank all the viewers. And I also thank our special guest, Emmanuel Majur. It is the first time to get to know you, so feel welcome. I believe that Emmanuel Majur mentioned 4 very important things before even about entrepreneurship or business. First, let's start was why he left the Red Army, and he said he did not leave the Red Army, but whenever you move from where you are to something else, then you left. So but whatever way is contradicted. Emmanuel, you mentioned about things that we went to war with Sudan, about marginalization. As Emmanuel, who marginalized you? And you know the term marginalized, to be marginalized, it means a lot. It's not just about business. You mentioned about oppressions. Okay, who oppressed you? Just because I'm talking about you. Not now, we have not come now to the movement. And equal opportunity. So equal opportunity means that you have opportunities that you have, and actually you had opportunity running your own business. That's a part of equal opportunity. You mentioned political people who came from Khartoum are the one that controlling the government or whatever position are. The CPA spelled out very clearly that the people that came from Khartoum have right whatsoever as South Sudanese to work and to be appointed. So for that matter, if they are in the government, so we cannot say that, they are majority or they are in the government, because remember, even in your own company, when you had that company, I truly believe 100%, if you tell the truth to the people of South Sudan, the majority that working with you were people you know. I even believe that majority of them even from your members of your family. Okay? So, and now you are talking about nepotism, and it's something that is in your own blood. I'm going to tell the story here. There were 3 guys who used to be thieves. And one day they fell in hunger. So, and as they were walking along finding something, they found an old woman, a blind old woman. An old woman was carrying money in her hands. Of course, she's blind, she's old. So one of the thieves came and took that money. And they went. Then they went on the way, they saw a woman, a pregnant woman. And the pregnant woman was carrying some money. The other guy who did not take anything from the old woman snatched the money from that old woman. They walked down until they found one of the most beautiful girl that could be one of the wife of those people, carried the money. The last one who didn't steal anything, stole the money from that lady. They all went to restaurant, and after they went to restaurant, they consumed the money, they ate the money, and after they finished, the first person who stole money from an old woman said, you know what, guys? Oh, I believe that we have done something very bad today. And the other side said, why? I said, if you stole money from an old woman, this is really bad. Okay? Then the other guy who stole money from that woman said, you know what? You stole woman from pregnant woman. It's now you stole money from two people. And if he's not going to buy anything, he's going to die with a baby. Then the other guy said, you know what? It is really bad to steal money from a girl because you might find a marriage her. Okay? So the three of them are blaming each other. They are trying to justify their own rights. Okay? The guy who stole money from an old woman said, oh, she didn't see me anyway. Okay? The other will say, oh, I will not marry her. And the other will say, oh, that lady is not from me. So the question that I see from people who rebel from the government, they are doing the same thing that the thieves are doing. They all took natural resources that you've been talking about. You ran away with them, or you consumed them before you ran away. And after you almost getting nothing, you try now and come and blame the government. But when the time that you were in the government, it was about Asbialawaye, Salva Kiir, whoever way. But whenever you are out, this is the time now Salva Kiir is not the right person. Whenever you're out, this is the time you realize that the natural resources have been taken away from the country. While yet when you were in the government, you're very first people seeing people taking the money out of the government. But you didn't complain because it was your government. But when you're out of it, it's the bad government. Why did I say this? You even mentioned yourself that you had your own business. What I have seen from you is the personal anger. That's why actually you left the government. Not because of corruption. If it was because of corruption, anybody who worked in the government beginning from 2005, after the time that he left the government, would not lay the hand on the Bible and say, God, if I have taken resources or corrupt from South Sudan, I will die today. Nobody will take the Bible. Anybody that worked from 2005 after the time you are out of government, you are all corrupted, no matter what. Whether you are doing your own business, you are part of that corruption. So you can't clean yourself and say, self-corrupted, self-employed people from his community or from his whatever, where yet again you even yourself, the leader of your movement, did the same thing. It's from my state. We know him very well. So how would he bring a change to South Sudan, where in fact he is one of the most needed corrupted person? So how would he change the same corruption that now you are saying that it is Salva Kiir Mayardit who has done this? My point is, you left the Red Army for nothing. I can judge that. It is just a personal anger. Because your business, you were not paid, that's a good reason. Okay? Secondly, you didn't have any position anymore, that's the second reason. This is what all these people rebel from the government is because they are removed from the government. It's because they have no chance for the government. The government that they worshipped. But after they were out of it, they talk about corruption and they are corruptees. Now, tell me, you yourself, you are in Nairobi. Who paid you? Where do you work to get that money? Who paid your leader? It's the same natural resources, the same money that you corrupted in the government, that's the same money they are using. Tell me, anywhere in the world, Emmanuel, tell me, let me finish. Tell me anywhere in the world. Tell me anywhere in the world. Because this is what we need young people. This is what we need young people like you to understand. Tell me anywhere in the world.
Dr. Deng Diing, you are bringing too many words that you are confusing altogether.
I'm not confused. Let me finish.
You are confusing too many things. Okay?
Let me conclude anyway. Okay, let me conclude. Let me conclude here.
Let me intervene.
No, he asked me some questions. Can I answer them?
Hold on. Emmanuel, we welcome you to Lake State Media, actually, and you will be the one having a length of time. So let Dr. Deng finish, and you will have more time without nobody interrupting you. You will respond to him vividly. So let him finish, and we'll give you the chance to respond all what he said. So just be calm. You have a time to respond to him. So do not be boiled up. You will still challenge him back. Thank you.
No problem. No worries. Just conclude because we have all the time to talk.
Can I continue? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bol. Okay. Now, here is the point here. Seeing young people like you getting lost between the struggle of resources and getting lost between being the elude, to me, it is painful. Why I say that? You have to ask yourself this question, like myself, the one I'm talking to you. I'm not happy with what has been going on in the country. Since 20, let me not even talk 2025. I mean 2005. Let me talk about since 2010. I have not been happy as one of the liberators, how the country was going, how people were handling issues.
You see now?
Okay? I was not happy. But you know what? I could not say, you know what? I was not happy with the government, so I have to go and rebel. No, that is not an option. The bottom line is this.
You have answered yourself now.
No, I've not answered myself because that's a challenge. This is the problem now. Because I did not get anything, there's no reason for me to rebel because I didn't get anything. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if I have got something already, I worked for the government, I had my own business in the country, then why would I have to rebel again? You got something. I was supposed to be rebel because I didn't get anything. Okay, so point of clarification is this: nepotism and corruption will never go anywhere. Okay, nepotism will not take us anywhere, and no matter who will come to South Sudan, it will not change anything.
Hold on, Emmanuel. I have a question for you.
Yes.
If you are, let me mute you for the. If you are an entrepreneur and you're making business, you started, you run it, and you had a contract with somebody. You sign document, you bring merchandise or groceries to his store, and that person don't pay you at the end. How would you feel?
Thank you. Can I answer the question?
Yes.
Go to court. That's why there's a constitution. That's why there's law. That's why there are rules. If you do not get paid, go to court. That's what it is. That's why you are given a contract by the court, by the way. The law is the constitution.
What if the court is not functioning? Where do you go? Where else do you go? You are mute.
Oh, okay. There is something here.
I was asking Ding.
Let me move. Do you have headphones with you today? You are echoing. Do you have any headphones?
You want me to put a headphone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. See you, Bol.
Do you hear me now?
Let me ask Ding again, yeah?
Yes.
Bol ask you, in case you are an entrepreneur, you're doing any sort of business you're doing in the country. and your goods have been taken by someone, maybe the government, and they fail to pay you, and you cannot fight with the government personally. So where do you go? You said one should go to court. Then I'm asking you now, what if the court is not functioning? Because the system is corrupt. When we talk about corruption, corruption is not about money. Corruption is a big term. It is about the system. The whole system has been corrupted. There's nothing functioning, literally. If you are aggrieved and you go to court, you will not get answers. Okay? If anything wrong has been done to you, there's nowhere you can go because the whole system has been corrupted. And that's what we are talking about. You see? Now, let me come, because he has talked of too many questions and even accused me of corruption.
I didn't conclude, but you asked me a question. I want to ask you a question.
No, let me come first, because you have talked too many words. They need to be answered. Okay?
Okay, go ahead.
You are talking of marginalization. I was not talking of marginalization of myself. I'm sorry to say that maybe you don't know the reason as to why you went to the bush. I mean, when you were in that army. Okay? Actually, you did not know any reason, but after you grew up in the Red Army, you knew the reason. You should be having a lot of information about it. Marginalization, I'm not talking about marginalization of myself. One person cannot be marginalized. I was talking the reason why our founding fathers of the movement went to the bush to rebel against the Khartoum government. It was because people were marginalized. There was no equality in the country. There was no justice provided to the people, to the black people like us. People were treated as slaves, as second citizens in their own country. That's why our leaders went to the bush, including Salva Kiir, went to the bush. All of them they did a perfect job. They fought for the country. They took us to Ethiopia, and they let some of you abroad go and study. It was a wonderful job that they did. And we established a country. They helped us also. In fact, Salva Kiir did a very good job during the interim period. He brought all the militia groups under one government of South Sudan. You see, it was a very wonderful job. We got our independence, all of us together. 99% voted for independence. We were all happy. But look what happened after that. Okay? You said you came to Juba. You know what happened? Do we have electricity? Did we fight to come and live in a dark city? Did we fight to come and live without water? Did we fight to come and graduate from universities and get no job? Did we liberate the country to be sick without going to hospital? No clean water, no nothing? Is it what we liberated the country for? This is what I told you, we lost the vision. That's not the vision. And I'm very sorry, right time like you're just, meandering without knowing the reason why people went to the bush and even the reason why you're in the US.
I'm going to stop you here.
It is very unfortunate. Now
okay, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you, Emmanuel. Yeah. Here is the point.
I'm answering you. Just wait. I'm answering you. I'm going again to the point of that I was doing business and all this. After liberating the country, we should not all be in the army. People have brains. Even you, when you come, you can establish your own small business and do it. It's not corruption. It's about having opportunities, having security in the country. Everybody is free to do whatever he likes. Okay, in the country, whatever he likes in the country to do it in a free environment. You will be let down only by your ability or your inability to do anything in the country. That what will let you down, not the system. Now the system is the one letting people down. Why you people? You have a lot of knowledge from the US technology. What mention them, the qualification that I needed. Why don't you come back to the country? Because there's no environment, there's no atmosphere where you can come. There's no conducive environment where you can come and do whatever you want to do. The system has been corrupted. That's what I was saying. Now, when I told you before, I'm not against people from Khartoum, but they should be incorporated, all of us together. If the original SPLM are thrown away, who will keep the vision? Can you build a house? Dr. Garang said, if you welcome somebody in a dark house, you will not be able to know where you put your things. You will break them. So it's you to direct with this person until you will be able to know the corners within that dark house. Okay? Even though they say new broom sweep better, but the old brooms knows all the corners. You cannot throw the old broom away. You needed some time to do the job. That's what I was saying. When you talk of corruption, I'm not corrupt, my friend. Let me tell you. There are too many reports that were mentioned. Did you get my name in Sentinel report? No. Did you get my name in Dura Saga? No. What else did you get my name? Corruption and the corrupt people are just visible in Juba. People know them. And they're not mere people like you and me. You cannot get access to corruption. Corruption has gone to a certain level of cartel. Like small dogs. Big dogs are the one doing corruption, my friend. Okay? That's what I was trying to answer.
Okay. DR Deng, there is something we want to dig out from here. Instead for us to debate him, we want to give him first a chance, because there are a lot of things that we need to he need to explain. So let me just point out frankly, you supply the government with oil, but they did not pay your money. Simple question.
Yes.
Okay. But
we talk about that before. I thought we should move to other questions. Yeah.
No, but but this is a very good question. So, but when you go and ask, that's what I understand. When you go and ask that I need my money to be paid, you were not being heard. But there's some other businessmen got paid because they close to the government intellectual.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. The system has been, there are cartels within the system, the corruption. So whatever you want, either it's the job, you cannot get it unless you get a recommendation letter from another big dog within the system. If you delivered something, not me alone, you cannot get paid from the Ministry of Finance unless you get somebody from inside, and you have to bribe that person. So
hold on.
Corruption has been institutionalized.
Hold on, Emmanuel. You said you have to get somebody from inside. What do you mean?
From inside. Inside, somebody who is connected. I'm talking, I told you the big dogs are the one who are corrupt. Somebody either from the presidency, somebody either from in the Ministry of Finance who is close either to the minister or undersecretary. These are the people I'm telling you.
Okay. That's it. That's all what I want to know.
Or somebody who is another SPLM member.
So
who can give you a recommendation. Yeah.
So if you don't get in contact with such a person and tell him, hey, I had a contract with the government, they didn't pay me, you have to get such a person so you can get paid.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. Those are the things that we need to dig out. Those are very important points. They are very tiny, but they are very important, So, and that's how you lose your business.
Yeah.
You supply oil, you supply the government, you didn't get paid because you're not closer to anyone in the parliament, in the army. So you're not close to any commander. But you are LT.
Yeah, let's move to the other question, the one you asked before, because that one I think we have exhausted it severally.
But you are LT. You are a LT colonel, right? Lieutenant colonel. Why you don't have the powers?
We don't use ranks for businesses. That's corruption. If you use your rank for businesses, that's corruption. Like most of us, we later on, we took permission to do other things, go for studies. Others win and do businesses. You cannot use your rank to come and claim anything in the business. Then you are intimidating people. That's a corruption. You cannot do that. We did not resign from the army, but we are doing a job. Like when it came to war, most of us went back to the uniform and fought. But now the system we defend, we are going to fight again. Because there's no correction. They have not corrected themselves. So that's what I was telling you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, I really like people who are entrepreneur, because I'm one of the people who want to be a businessman day and night. Because I am a founder of BM Tech Solution. That's my company. And I always, when I see somebody like you who have oil and gas, these are the visions. These are the reasons why we fight. So somebody can have knowledge of creating business. But I believe the system one day will come back, so people with the business knowledge like you guys will come back and work and establish. That's what I should say. Let me bring back Deng Diing, because I muted him. Let me bring him back because he was having something to add, but I cut him off.
There's two questions that you asked me. I did not even answer the one you asked me. Why did you?
You will answer. You will answer. Okay. Go ahead and answer it, and then mute yourself after he answered the question.
Yeah, this one is going to be very brief. You know, the reason I joined SAF in the system, you know, somebody talk about having the history of frog, having put frog in the boiling water. The frog won't move out of that boiling water until the water reaches a certain level of, temperature, that the frog will die inside. We don't want to die inside that temperature, that pot. That's why we moved out, and we want to put that pot, push it away, so that our people can be free. You see, that's what I'm saying. People who came to join SAF are not enemies of South Sudan. People in IO are not enemies of South Sudan. All the opposition groups are not enemies of South Sudan. In fact, these are the patriotic South Sudanese, because they want to come there and create a better system. A system where you can come and, the company you talked about, you come and establish it. A system where somebody, if he doesn't want to be in the military, like in the US, is a contract, you can go and do your own businesses. A system where water can be delivered to our people. A system where a hospital can be built. A system, where the people are treated with dignity and respect. That's the country we want, and that is the dream of the SPLM and the SPLA. Okay? That dream has been abandoned, and we cannot live it like that. Although we became SAF, we became IO, we became something, even SPLM, SPLA was named. Name it, you can name but we are South Sudanese. That's the bottom line. We are South Sudanese, we can name any party, we can be anything. We are South Sudanese. And we have reasons to believe in a better country. So nobody is against the people. We are against the system. And nobody is the enemy of the people there on the ground, the citizen. We're actually for the citizen, fighting for them.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Hold on there. Hold on, Emmanuel. DR Deng, let me ask you. Emmanuel said that he is not against the people, but he's against the system that has been established without no progress. Are you supporting this system?
Well, what makes actually talks complicated is when you talk what you don't know, what you don't understand. This is where the problem is. But the system people talk about, they are very same people that set up the same system. They're against it. And this is where I lose the point. The very same people that started the same system, they were in that same system, they favored that same system. When they got out of it, they realized that it's now a bad system. Now, ask yourself a question. How would a thief correct another thief? It wouldn't make sense. That's where people fail to understand. If the leaders of these oppositions, they were SPLM members, they were in the government, did they develop anything? No. They even built houses even in Uganda and in Kenya. Can anybody tell me, Bol tell me, in anywhere in the world, and my brother is going to tell me, anywhere in the world, do we have any minister from Sudan, leave alone Uganda, Sudan, do we have any minister that built a tower in South Sudan? Do we have any minister from Uganda that built a house or bought a house in South Sudan? Do we have any minister from Kenya or general in the army that have houses in South Sudan? No. But very same people that set up the system that they thought is wrong today were the one who set it up, set the system up. And they were the one who started the corruption that he's talking about. And after they got everything out of it, the system become bad, now they are turning around and say, oh, the system is wrong. While it was wrong very beginning. I was in my home state in 2011. There was something I saw that I didn't like. Who was the governor? It was not a governor from Khartoum. It was not a governor from Egypt. It was the same SPLA member whom he claimed that knew the vision of the SPLM. What did he do? He corrupted everything. Okay? Even when you come and ask for business, you will be asked, what is business for? And you will say individual business, then it will tell you 100 years, okay, to get to establish that business. Unless you pay the money to that big boss. Or unless you come up with the idea to say, you know what, I'm going to give you a share. And I'll take a share. Okay?
Being as rebel now, he has joined
so
the
I'm not rebel, and I will never be foolish to do that, to rebel against my own nation. Never. I will not do that. I can talk, but I cannot rebel. Okay? So now, the same people that did the same system, okay, that's the ones turning around and say, oh, you know what, the system is wrong. The system is wrong because they were out of it. And they were the one who's setting up the system. So if you ask me, Majur, do you agree with the system? Both, I will say no. But here is the point. Juba is not like the way we came before. Okay? Juba, not like the way before. He mentioned before, no lights, no water. And if I ask him a question, when he went to Juba in 2005, did we have what we have in Juba? I give them credits. I wouldn't say that the government failed, even including those who rebel. I would say, oh, they have done something that I saw that touched the vision that I went. Okay?
Hold. Let me intervene. You ask him a question. That's a question, right?
No.
In 2005.
Yes.
In 2005, when you went to Juba.
Yes.
Did you have what we have today, Emmanuel?
They didn't matter.
You know, we have money. You cannot compare. We have houses in Juba. There's still no electricity. If you call somebody right now, and maybe some of them are watching us, there's no electricity in Juba. There's no running water in Juba. What they have done is something petty. Do you know we have oil money? The oil money should have been used for developmental issues, programs. We would be having road right now from Juba up to Meram. We would be having road from Juba to Malacca. After rain, we would be having road from Juba to Bor up to Pibor. Because if you calculate the money, like the 40 billion that was stolen, that money would have done something. You see, the people, the ministers talked about who built it. Store building in East Africa, in Australia, in other countries. If they had used that money in the country, where did they get it? We would be having running water. For example, the case of Uganda. Uganda was nothing. Kenya was nothing. If you come now to Nairobi, after even our independence, now they have flyovers. They have tunnels where the road underground. They have the country is beautiful. Within a span of 5 years, and the money came from our country. Money is being stolen and kept in Kenya and Uganda. When that money is kept there, it's not in the circulation in the country. It's being used by this foreign country as a loan to give it to their business people in order to develop their country. Because this money is just sitting, they're not taking it. So it's our money that is building Kenya, it's our money that is building Uganda. And our people just kept it. One person can have 10 million. If people are not greedy, what are you going to, you will not eat 10 million until you die.
Okay, thank you.
100 million. Okay? If you just want to eat with your own mouth, do something. Even if, when you want to steal, do corruption and do it in South Sudan. Now, when it comes to the issue of we should not rebel, now you're on my side because everybody has anger. Everybody is frustrated. You talk of...
you cut my point. Let me conclude because there are people here who are waiting. Let me conclude.
Give him time because he was invited. Give him time to express himself. Yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel.
You said that you should not rebel. You know who will bring change? Change will not fall down from heaven. It is us to bring the change. We live in a revolutionary world. It is the young generation to bring the change. Change will not come from heaven, my friend. Sudanese, they have habit. Also, Sudanese, they have that habit of saying, God will change things. God will not improve your economy. God will not be a road. It is you, because God has given you the oil, the resources. It is you to use your brain to stop the wrong things that you're doing. Okay, change cannot be brought by Americans, cannot be brought by foreigners, cannot be brought by anybody. It's the same as PLM people who can rebel against themselves. Because maybe there are some thieves who have noticed that stealing is not good. They maybe, even in the church, there are people who repent and they become good Christian, and then we believe that they may go to heaven. So if there were those thieves who repent and say, we stop stealing and let's build our country, and they join the rebellion, then they are good people. They're not the same thief who are continuing stealing things. So that's the meaning of rebellion, to bring the change.
Let me ask you, what about the same person who steal the money, turn around and say that let's stop stealing and develop our country while you already steal?
It's good because there's still more money. It's better than the person who is continuing to steal.
The same person who stole money turn around and say we should build our country and we should stop stealing while you already steal the money.
My friend, there's a change. There's a change. A thief can change. A drug addict can change to be a good person. A criminal can change. Change is always there. You can change to be something good. We cannot dwell on somebody. If you know one person who was a thief before and he said now he's bringing democracy,
so
it's good because he had changed. So give him a job and watch him again whether he will steal. Is he the same with somebody? Is he the same like someone who's continuing stealing?
Okay. So your point, you say now, all those people who rebel, because we know some of them took the money. So in your point, you said that these people who took the money, they are thieves, and when they come back to the country, they will change and they will develop South Sudan, right? These thieves will change.
They changed before they came to the bush. They became good people before they changed. They came. And I don't know who they are, by the way. Majority of the people who in the rebellion are very good people. Are very good people, and they have done development in their places. Yes.
And at a car deal, and a charabia, Ben Baton, and Ben check the cane tag, maybe big away chal and non continue by chatting before cake away chal.
Okay, lakin bayin, bar. Kitchen eating in the band in that way. Bar, bayin, come.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw ku bar be tingin, which I didn't die in will.
I don't know how to bring my pace.
Okay, Kalad, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening this debate since they were start, and then I cut it off again the time I was driving, and now I just coming back because I dropped my car over there in the dealer for checkup. This is the problem that we have in South Sudan. When things start in the wrong direction, and nobody will catch up to repair them again, they will still going like that. I can't blame those who are rebels, and I can't blame the government, because I blame the system that they have been set up. Here in America, when you go and find a job, you go and fly. You fill up your application and get interview and get a job when your interview has been accepted. But in South Sudan, our application in South Sudan is a revolution. Because if you are not rebels, you will not get a position. Take example from Riek Machar and other leaders who are rebels. Riek was terminated from the position of vice president, and then he rebelled to get his position back. That is the system that our people set up to find a job. Corruption. I talked to one of the top generals here in the United States. If I remember, maybe 2014 or 2013. I asked him, I said, now, You guys, you go and you take money and go and build the house in Uganda, in Kenya. But why not you use them to build your house within your own town, not even Juba, your own town, Rumbek. This guy is from Rumbek. He tell me a lot of things that I cannot accept them, because you cannot run away from your people, because your people come to your place and then you run away from the people. No, how long you can run away from your people? Corruption and the job that when you rebel, you will find a job. That is the only problem that destroying South Sudan. And I hope if there is no change, I think everybody will go that way, because you will go and look for a job. You finish your school and go for looking for the job in South Sudan. You will not get a job unless you rebel. People have been rewarded. When you rebel, you will be rewarded for position. That is not correct. That is not correct. The same thing to those people who are rebels. You cannot make rebels. If we say that this is a democratic way, there is no democratic way say that we have to rebel. No. No, you have to talk to the government, raise the problem up. You will get people that can supporting you rather than you rebel. My brother,
Mathiang, before you left, because everybody need to be asked the question, even if you are trying to make the point. You said that if you should complain and your complaint will be solved. But can you give me the definition of a broken system?
You know, the system, if we want to make a change, I don't think those people who are in the leadership now will make a change, because they already messed up. Unless the new people come up, or new faces. You know, you see now there is too much recycling in the government. For example, if I'm working here in this dealer that I'm standing for, I'm working here, and they give me the job that I have supposed to do here in this dealer, and I don't do it, I will be fired. And I will not be returning back and say, okay, you met up in this position, come here in other position here, or in other office this side. No, it's the same company. I had to be fired and go and looking at another job. But when you stealing, you've been put it over there at the Minister of Road. You eat the money, and the government say, oh, you are not good in that position. Come here, be the Minister of Information, and bring other from there to this position. That is not a change. And that will not bring change in South Sudan unless we change the whole faces.
Thank you. Thank you. You already made a point. So your point right now, you said that Kir must go, so we have to bring new faces.
Not the Kir must go, but Kir will still over there. But all these ministers, generals, we have to change them one by one. Not the same time we change all of them, but we have to change them one by one. Kir doing the great job, but if we fail, for those who are elected as the ministers, they don't do their job. They bring Kir down too.
Okay.
Not how to bring Kir down.
Okay. So your point is that Kir is supposed to fire those members and ministers and commanders, so change will come, isn't it?
Yep. Because when you make a change, someone is stealing the money. You cannot rebel that ship from that house that is stealing something and bring to another house. He will still stealing in that house too.
Thank you. Mathiang is saying that Kir is supposed to fire those ministers, those lieutenants in the army, so change can come. That's a very good message, though. Thank you. Let me bring Deng. Deng Khamis. You know, we're not going to be doing interviews like the way we do. We have to get crazy, ask people questions. So, Deng, are you one of the people who said, yeah, believe me.
Well, can I make my conclusion before another speaker? Because this guy can be shot before.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sorry, Deng, but we, you know, I want this interview to be exclusive from other interviews.
Yes.
So, Deng, go ahead and make conclusion. But you know, you will be asked within your conclusion because we don't want to let everybody just explain. If you said something, we will interject and ask you of what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is what I want to conclude here because people out there are waiting, and I believe some came in when I begin talking. They get confused sometimes. But here's what I'm going to say. I'm so honored and glad that Emmanuel recognized that the thieves or the whatever before change. That's good. If they change, that's not a problem. But the change of blood is not right change. Martin Luther King died in America through what they call nonviolence. This is what we need in South Sudan. If you want to bring change in South Sudan, we need to establish nonviolence in South Sudan. Instead of taking arms, go and kill civilians, and then get position through the blood. That's shame.
Deng,
So I'm totally against that. So
Deng,
yes,
hold on. You said that Martin Luther King came in and bring a change through nonviolence.
correct.
But when Martin Luther King brought a change through nonviolent were allowed to demonstrate on the street of every state in the United States. Is the government in South Sudan able to allow people to demonstrate on the road to bring change?
It may not, but that's part of change. Whether they allowed you or they don't allow you, and you want to bring that change, sacrifice yourself. Sacrifice. Just go on the street. You die, you die. Another person come tomorrow. Another person come tomorrow. They will give you license. That's how non-violence works.
But
Okay.
you
But-
should understand. You should understand two types of change. United States change. There was a First Amendment which said that a freedom of speech. You can give your speech. You can challenge the government, but no unknown gunman will come to you later night. Is government of South Sudan willing to provide it a freedom of speech platform so everybody can challenge the government and is not going to get killed?
But remember, even if the governments give you, okay, a platform to do your demonstration, and they want to kill you, they will still kill you. Just like they gave Martin Luther King a license to campaign, but what happened at the end? So he was killed. So if you are scared of killing and you want to make change, then you're not going to make change. So my point is, and this is what I want to conclude. Our people are suffering from war. That's number one we need to know. If you want to be a leader that want to bring change in South Sudan, let's implement peace. And when we implement peace, this is where we sit down and change all these leaders. And to be honest with you, anybody that was in the government before and anybody in the government now, if that person turn around and say, oh, I want to bring change, liar. It's not going to bring change. We need somebody that has never been in the government before. That's the only person that is going to bring this change, and that's the only person going to correct the mistake that they made in the past. Because you cannot make mistake, Bull, and then you at the same time come and correct it. That cannot happen. So let's work together as one people and then go for peace, and then when election comes, we vote for better system. Since that we fear there is no freedom in South Sudan, let what we use what you call forced freedom. How does forced freedom work? Forced freedom works that when you mobilize yourself, okay, then go on street. Whoever going to be die. Okay? So the solution is we need to work together, avoid the violence, let's work together, and then let's push away the government through voting process, instead through gun process. Thank you.
Thank you, DRD. Mute yourself. Then
Yes,
Khamis,
brother.
how
Yes,
are you?
boss.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you at, because we
Yeah,
are in different
good
time.
good afternoon.
DR,
Yes, it's
I mean,
12.
DR,
Good afternoon.
Deng Khamis, I'm sorry, I'm giving you DR. I don't know what you did in your school, but I believe you will come very soon to be a DR anyway. I'm not going to be a DR, but I'm not going to be like Snoop. I'm not going to say I'm going to be a motherfucking hustler. I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
Hey, do you know today, we want to behave different today. Our interview is not going to be like those interviews. So we have invited one of our Red Army. He was a LTD, he was a LT colonial, Emmanuel Majur. He's here today, and the reason why he's here today, he was very upset and he left. He joined SSUF Army. But we gave him some question to answer, and he said the reason why he's so mad is that there is no system in the country. If something happened to you, you don't have anywhere to turn and fix it. That's why he mad and he left the country. But he want to come back and fix the country. So today, what's your question to him? What do you want to ask him?
Thank you, brother Bormakur, and congratulations to my brother, Dr. Deng Diing. And I'm not a doctor, and I'm not wishing to be a doctor because we have so many doctors that have shown us uh, bad example. So there's no use of it. But I'm not trying to discourage you, my brother. Just let's keep trying, and I want to start from where I can afford to 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 raise my family. That's that's what I can say. Um, we have we have Dr. John Garang, we have Dr. Machar, we have Dr. Lema Korn, we have Dr. So many doctors, and maybe one doctor who history is a little bit valid to others, but the rest of them they are like as we know. So I'll leave it from there. I heard my brother somewhere, Mokur. He actually elaborated a lot of his grievances with the government and his own personal business. I heard what he said.
You need to pronounce his name correctly so the audience will know that you are talking about him. You said your brother Emmanuel Majur
Oh, okay.
explained.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I said it, Makur, right?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay.
why
I'm
I want to
sorry.
correct.
I apologize. So my brother Emmanuel Majur. So I heard him talk about business. And on the other side, he become involved with the politics. And on the other side, he become involved with the army. So there's a lot of confusion here, and we can go one step to figure out where is our brother Emmanuel stand. So um, first of all, I have to congratulate him for his new party. I don't know if that party is registered or it just um, uh, a briefcase party because there's a lot of briefcase parties in the South Sudan that
Point
are
of
not
correction.
registered.
Point of correction. Which party? Is it a party you have joined or is entrepreneur business? The party.
The party that he has joined. So
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
So yes, my brother, I heard that you study your business with contracting with the government, uh, delivering oil and gas to the government facilities or the military side. And I'm wondered how much that money costs to start that business from the beginning. So for you to supply the military with that huge gas or that huge oil to the military. I do not know actually if you can give us a feedback later. How much money did you actually have before you start your business to buy that? I know to buy one tan of oil, it costs a lot. I know you left, maybe you left from the Western countries, but it's still, we live in the Western countries as well. We know how struggling we are. For me to come back, I'll leave. That's my question. How much did you study your money, and what were the last time the government failed not to pay you because you've been doing the business in the country, and I believe they were paying you, and from in the middle of somewhere there you have not been paid, and that pisses you off. That's what I understood. But you can make a correction by yourself. What was the last time you've been paid, and what was the last time you have not been paid by the government? That's my question. Come back here. The combination of government with the business. You know, we young people in here, the lost boys, we have one issue. We have a lot of issues, but particularly we've been misled when we were taught that the people in Khartoum, they are bad people. That's only one thing that is sticking in our mind. I have to say this as my own personal belief. Sudan was one. Khartoum was a one capital city like Juba. People who live there, they did not live there because they were bad people. And we don't even take an example that it started from John Garang himself. He was working in the Khartoum government. He came from Khartoum. Salva Kiir came from Khartoum. The rest of them, all of them, they were actually working with the Khartoum government before they rebelled. So now, if they rebel and form their own rebellion, people left there, and we actually happen to have our own country become independent. Where do you expect those people? Are you telling them they're not supposed to be South Sudanese? They're not supposed to come to South Sudan to work? Or are you telling them when you use the word marginalized, you are automatically marginalizing them as well by telling them they came from Khartoum and they cannot work? They cannot be part of the government. That, to me, I said that's only. I said we have a problem here. We have to fix our problem. We are all Sudanese, but when we happen to have two countries, those who are in Khartoum, they are South Sudanese. They have right to get the job, the same job you get in the country. That's the same right you have. We have the same right. So I will say, let's just take that out of our talk every time. It doesn't make sense to me because we all Sudanese and they become South Sudanese. So for me, I don't want to talk that much. I just want to go and keep debate a little bit. To if somebody have an answer, I will answer the question. I will try to have as well. But let's take that out of our talk. If the corruption, when my brother talk about corruption, that's the same meaning of corruption too. When you are in the army and you are in the business doing the two things at the same time, we don't even know who you are. And like your company, when you said it, there were a lot of accusation about your company. My brother, I know, is not your company is not existing anymore, but there were a lot of accusation about your company being corrupt as well. Uh, so you are part of corruption. I have to answer one of his corruption message that he said. He said those people who were actually rebel, they are good people, and they are the one that took money. How wouldn't they be good people when they took the money from the South Sudan and they rebel with the money? So are you telling us when they coming back? They become a good people. And what else are they coming back for? Are they bring those money back to build the country with that money, or they will come and start with a new project that will be paid by the government that is actually
Let,
now in the country? Thank you.
let me let me answer this, man. Can you guys
Hold on,
please?
Isaac, I will give you your chance. Hold on. Emmanuel,
Now,
unmute yourself. You have a question to answer. Emmanuel Majur. Let me unmute him. Hold on, Emmanuel. Let me unmute you. We cannot hear you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Emmanuel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying most of the questions here that were directed towards me. Okay, and I believe it's like the debate is being misconstrued by you guys. I'm not against the Red Army. I'm not rebel from the Red Army. Okay, I told you Red Army. Nobody can rebel. It's a name.
Right.
It's a name for all of us. You can be in the government. You can be in the US. You can be anywhere. You are the Red. You're a member of Red Army. We have many of Red Army members who are in IO. Many of them who are with us in SAF and in many other opposition. So Red Army is not an institution. It's a name that was given to us. You understand that? So nobody can rebel from non-institution. And let's be objective in our discussion. Like when things are, directed towards somebody, I have to respond to them. Like Mathiang said, there's a mismanagement of the resources in the country. Things are being done in the wrong way, and all people should go. That's what Mathiang said. But he did not tell us how they should go. How they should go is the impossibility here. The mechanism, how they should go. When Biar said, generation elected, one of our Red Army members from the US, he was arrested, put in jail. You cannot say anything in Juba that, like the way I'm talking, if I were talking in Juba, I would go to jail tomorrow. You understand? Even some of you there, they will go to jail tomorrow. And let me tell you, Mafi Junubi, if you understand Arabic, Mafi Junubi al Shal Sulan Shanemchi fil Gaba, Emchi Arabu United Junubin, Ektul Junubin. They were sent away. Dr. Riab was sent away from Juba. Our chairman, Malum, King Paul, was sent away from Juba. Thomas Cirillo escaped away from Juba. I myself escaped from Juba. So nobody started war shooting people in Juba. We have our families. We have our sisters, our brothers. We are also Sudanese. Nobody can start fighting there. Everybody is being sent away from Juba. And as a result, what do? You come back defending yourself. So there's no meaning like somebody has rebelled to fight there, to become a rebel. No. So that's the situation in South Sudan. There's no freedom. We need only change. What is in our heart, all of us, they need change. And how to bring that change is a problem. Like the way you are also talking about the bad things that are happening in Juba. Things are going in the wrong direction. There's no development, there's no nothing. And then you are telling people not to rebel again, and change will come. How will change come? Young generation will bring the change. The movement now, like SAP, is full of young generation. Even the IO, the young people now are the one in IO. Young generation will bring change. But there must be a leader also for the young generation, like SAP. Most of you from US, from Australia, join SAP. Let's bring change, all of us together. You will be given job, employment when we get there and bring the change. You see? And it will come with the knowledge. Bring the technology. Why should we hire people like the road that was washed away by one rain? And we have engineers in the US. We have engineers in Australia who can come with register their own companies and even bring to some pure white and do the job themselves. Why should we allow ourselves to for our money to go out? And we have engineers, we have scientists. So that's the change we want, and change will come through young generation. All of them are complaining. Hukuma is not doing this, Hukuma is not doing this, we need change, but how will change come? Can you tell us the mechanism? They fail to tell. And all of you are complaining of change, good system. And if somebody goes to the opposition side, you say, don't go to the opposition side. Change will not come from heaven. God will not bring you change. It is us to bring the change. We don't want to fight. Actually, that's why we are in Nairobi. That's why everybody is somewhere. Within Juba, we have our soldiers, but nobody has been instructed to go and fight. They are within the army. They are within national security. Our supporters. Within the general, we have our people, but nobody told them you go and fight. Because who will you go and kill? Those are our people. We're looking for a peaceful means for Salva Kiir to go so that Junubin can decide, can sit down, even if it's somebody from Australia, somebody from America, somebody from where, regardless of where he comes from, and he's a good person, he can be given that leadership so that we can start moving forward. Our country can start progressing instead of being stagnant for many years. Instead of our resources being wasted to develop Uganda, Kenya, and other countries. Thank you.
I have follow-up question.
Okay, give a follow-up question so we can move to one of one of the topics. Okay,
Okay.
about transportation in the country. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. My brother Emmanuel, you mentioned that we have to we have to join the rebellion and start fight. And I thought you were talking about young people now being. Um, so you are actually encouraging that we have to change the government by main force. That's what main force. That's what you trying to emphasize here. Um, that's my question. Number two, is one of the my brother has here down here. His name somewhere. Moro. He's actually asking because people are wondering, what did you actually do that make you escape in Juba? What did you do? Why you escape in Juba? I think you are on mute. Yes.
Yeah, he cannot hear you right now.
Yeah, the host is went to get something, so let's just wait for him, and I'll yell it back to you guys so you can put your input. I think, brother Bon, you can unmute mute him, and he can answer my question though. If you
Okay,
hear us.
Emmanuel.
Yes.
Then your question was too long.
Did,
I went and grabbed water.
did you hear me?
Emmanuel, can you answer Deng so we can move to and other people?
Then okay, his answer is very obvious. He said, why did I move away from Juba? What did I do? The reason I moved from Juba, you cannot talk from within inside, because a lot of people are already in Blue House. A lot of people have been killed. I was connected with the Malong Gerald Fall, and a lot of people who remain in Juba have been killed. A lot of them are in jails. So do I have to stay there?
Okay.
You cannot fight from inside. Or you want me to go and die?
Good. Good
I
answer.
see. I
Emmanuel.
see. So you connected to Jordan Malone. Okay, that's a good right answer right there.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you are one of us. Even if you defect to General Malone, you are one of the Red Army. So do not feel that you are being bombarded, but we need to find the truth. Okay, this is what I want to do. You know, when we invited Emmanuel, he did not actually finish many topics. So now I was about to give Isaac Connie a chance, but can we give Emmanuel 10 minutes to finish all the topic, and from there we brainstorm. So Emmanuel, I want to give you that chance, but I think
Okay.
Isaac Connie is
Isaac, come first.
I'm going to work. I'm gonna come next time if you guys there. But if you guys let me do it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Can you wrap it up?
Okay. I'm gonna wrap it up, Ball. Listen, my brothers. I'm here to give you guys a little bit advice, and I like what Emmanuel talking about. Emmanuel, really leader. Y'all need to watch out of that. That's a good leader sitting with you guys. Okay. 2, all of you guys are young. Don't think that you're old. All of you guys are young. No, this is the truth from my heart. All you are young. All you guys, you have a vision. You're trying to accomplish. Okay, you guys can do it if you guys put the differences beside and move forward. That's the only way. Okay, and one of the two for Kir. When we say Kir must go, Kir got 2 choices, man. And I'm saying this as a messenger to Kir if he is listening to this. That's 2 choices. Okay, 2 choices. One of them, if he's a president, you have to have a junior president beside him. Okay, if a minister of listen to this. If you're a minister of education, you have to have a junior minister of education. This is how this thing works. These kids, they're tired, sitting home with no job, with all this education with them. Okay, this is really embarrassing to our country. It's not going nowhere. We're stuck in nonsense. The second chance, I'm going to let them know straight up, Mr. Kir, the second thing you have, The young kids coming with revolution. Revolution is coming to him, and he better be ready for it. There's difference between revolution and march. When you march, a bunch of group come together and march. But if you revolution, all of them, they're going to be, all Southern Sudanese, they're going to put their head one way, Kir must go. And this is happening right now. If you believe it or not, 15% of Southern Sudan right now, they say Kir must go. This is how revolution is started. So Emmanuel, you can take care of me from here. And thank you, Jaman. I have to go to work. I got only 5 minutes. So this is the reality happening right now in Southern Sudan. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Isaac Kony,
Thank you so much.
we want you to go work and come back sometime. There are a lot of questions you need to be asked, but because your time is very short, you will be given time to go. But you need to come back because you have a lot of questions for you to answer. Right. Okay?
We will. We will.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
So,
bye.
Yeah. Because I don't understand what you mean by Kirwan and Small Junior to be next to him while he have a vice president, Young Machar. Asuma bijadu pichok Asuma. You want to overthrow Young Machar.
I'm a soldier, man. I die for that. But I will not be a one, man. I will step up and I will speak my mind as a young one. God bless you, my people. I don't mean Jabal Nuba. I got no remain Jana Batiu, come on. Ana Jana Batiu, I'm just a Taban Denga Ugarwa, Haluko is Asalo. A boy who let Jana Malu at the all right, man. Take care, your man. All right, go ahead.
You must go, Kalem Shag. You must go again.
Okay. Okay, Emmanuel. Okay. Now then, the next person I will stop him because when you come, we did not give you enough time to liberate yourself. So go ahead and explain us so many reasons why you so angered to leave the SPLM, and then from there we will ask you questions. Instead to interrupt you and give you many questions, because you still will talk about transportation, for instance. The plane that crashed in Yerul, which broke our heart so bad. You will talk about it. You will talk about insecurity. You will talk about smuggling goals. You will talk about game reserve. So go ahead.
Okay, man. Bol, the Yerul plane crash is one of the things that also broke my heart so badly. And you know what happened to my family. I didn't want to talk about it in the social media because something more sensitive than the project we are talking about. But since you brought it up, I will elaborate more about it because it also falls under the bad governance. You know, when there's a broken system, like you said, everything is broken. You know, the aviation industry in the country, the planes are supposed to be licensed and given insurance policy. You know, the planes are supposed to be monitored. Whenever their time overdue, they are taken for service, for maintenance, so that they can come and deliver people, transport people when they're in good condition. So in a broken system like that, there's no licensing of the plane. First of all, there's no insurance coverage for the passengers. And that's what happened exactly. The plane that killed Yerul people and others, 17 people from Yerul, including my wife, my dear wife, and a daughter. Among others, 17 people from Yerul. Young, beautiful life. It was because of that bad system. The plane crashed somewhere in Bibor when it was ending. Then it was brought back without being serviced, and then it was taken back again to deliver people after 2 days to Europe. It went and crashed because it was not maintained. There was no maintenance that was done. You see? The other issue, when people went for investigation, because Europe people appointed me plus another guy called Guy Marang Gaiman, because his wife also was there. I was representing Chik people who lost more than 12 in that plane crash. And guy was representing from that side. You see, Manyang Luk, who was the former governor of local government in Europe, was also appointed to come and represent the government to do the follow-up of this case in Juba. So what happened when those Omanyang plus people from the ministry, when they went to Ukraine to find out exactly the source of this plane, the Ukrainian went and said that, the black box was not functioning when they took it there. Even to check the information, there was nothing in the black box because it was not functioning. All this time, the plane is flying. So they could not ascertain something. Another thing, they said there's no insurance license. They cannot cover even the life loss, because the insurance license that they gave was just only for the plane to fly from Ukraine to Juba, was issued. Once it reaches, then it expires. They cannot take any responsibility anymore. So the plane was allowed to just operate without, just like a border border. Even a border border has a license. When it killed people, those people, they say the problem cannot be blamed only on the company, on the aviation company, but the government, your government is confused, doesn't know what to do. How can you allow plane to fly in the country without insurance policy, without being taken for maintenance? It's few planes, being owned by foreigners that are the one following. But most of the planes that are owned by our local South Sudanese, they're operating like border. And they know in the space, when that thing gets stuck, it's gonna fall down. It will fall, and people will not survive. It's not like a vehicle that you can park by the roadside and call for a mechanic to come and maintain. I went and met some officials. I told them, you must correct this. If you don't correct it, next time it will be you, because you might need to use it to go to your area. You see, and you will fall with that plane. That's one scenario. Another scenario, the case has been sabotaged. President ordered the plane to be grounded until the case investigation is completed, until the case is settled, to find who is guilty, and maybe if there are remedies to be taken, they should be taken by court. Somebody who is connected with a call went and released the plane to resume their normal services as if they could kill goat. Even if you kill goat with your car, it has to be packed, leave alone killing over 23 people. They were allowed to operate. One of the people from Europe who is also working at the airport and national security, he complained, why did you do this? And President granted this plane. He was arrested. That guy called Majur and taken to another place to move away from the airport because he was seeing the injustice being done. You see? The court case is not moving up to now. Since that time in 2018, up to now, there's nothing that is being done. That's why I said before I didn't want to talk about it, because it breaks my heart, because my family, I lost my beautiful wife and a child in that plane. Okay? And this is because of the broken system. In bad governance, many things flourish. Even diseases can kill people. Plane will kill people. Rabat, Baktul Nas, Haja Kulu, Baktul Nas. Lano, there's no buff in Nizam. There's no control. One of our friends before was saying, if you agree to, you go to court. Which court? There's no court. Unless we bring change, that's when there will be court. Somebody can kill your brother, you will not address it somewhere. People are dying like dogs. So that's what is happening about that plane. There was no system at all. It was to be blamed entirely on the government. I cannot blame the company. The company, maybe the agreed people, they just need money. But there has to be overseeing, institution, which is the government institution, which is the aviation commission based at the airport. They should be checking the planes before they fly, like what they do everywhere, even in Kenya here. The engineers go in the morning to check the plane, check the mileage, check everything before they could allow it to fly. When the time is overdue, they granted it and they tell the company, you go and service. If the pilot is not doing well, it's aviation to fire. So it's something very, very sensitive. But since you asked, that's why I should elaborate more about it.
Yes, I know this case. I know this. This is very sensitive, and that's why I lower my voice. It's very sensitive. and I cried before. And whenever I see that plane in Lake Yerul, I cry and cry and cry again because I lost my members, like your wife and other people. Not my members, my families. But you mentioned something, and I know it's heartbroken, but we should talk about it because the more we talked about it, the more something will be done. The more we're keeping quiet, the more nothing will be done. Uh, you said that company have no problem in your statement in the line, but I disagree with you. The company have a problem. The company was not complying with the rules and regulations of the aviation. For instance,
Brother
in,
Brother Makur, I want to say something. I want to say something with a technical thing with regards to the aviation industry. I am a qualified aviation person, and I have seen and know what is happening in South Sudan, and just that's why I wanted to have a say about this. First of all,
Peter,
thank you very
Peter,
much. Yes.
Peter Dwag, I always like your contribution because this forum is for you South Sudanese. But I would like always somebody to show his face, you know. So why don't
No,
you?
it is a bit dark here. It is dark. I can show my face. I have nothing to hide, but it's
Oh,
dark. You cannot see my face properly.
no, man, you look good. Even I see your teeth. Now you good.
Okay. Anyway, I wanted to say something. Something. Okay, you can see me now clearly, right?
Yes, now you good. I give you a chance, though. Go ahead.
Very nice.
Thank
You
you.
look
Thank you
very
very much.
good, brother. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my brothers. You know, it is very unfortunate that I'm amongst the first, I think, generations of South Sudanese who went and got trained in the aviation industry, and unfortunately, we were not used to the capacity of the training that we went and got. And I will come back to uh, where the problem of South Sudan is at the moment with regards to the aviation industry. We will go back to the history of our late founding father, Dr. John Garang, and the crash that happened with him. You see, it has that one on its own was supposed to be a wake-up call for us as South Sudanese, that we were supposed to, come up with a system that works better for the South Sudanese people. Unfortunately, even after the death of Dr. John Garang, nothing was done in the aviation industry to be so that it stopped the death of Dr. John Garang. It did not do anything, and we continue every day to see plane crashes. And nothing is working. So, my brothers and sisters, the problem of the South Sudan, it is the system. The system is completely rotten that it cannot be fixed. We should have it. We should have a go at it, like the way Jesus said, that let us destroy the temple and we bring it up again. And bring this time, if we are to bring it up, we will put where the professional people to the places that they belong. We don't bring people like Kilo, a person who has nothing to do with aviation, and you put him in Matar Prajuba. What do you think is likely going to happen? You're going to have planes which are 30 years or more that have been completely outdated, and they will be flying in South Sudan territory, killing South Sudanese people. And I'm sorry, my brother Emmanuel Majur, but it's the fail of the system. Ways. The thing is, to me, I say that the whole system must just go, and then we start another system afresh, and we will bring the people that are qualified to come to the place. So the South Sudan, the companies are only operating. To my I mean, this is I'm trying to answer the companies are only operating because there's no strong system of governance to govern the aviation industry in order for them to abide by the system. So Dr. John Garang, to me, I mean, the plane crash for his plane crash was supposed to be a wake-up call, but it did not. It seems that it did not touch a lot of people. And thank you.
Ben Peter Chadhuek, I have you have explained, you have narrated some crucial point. Jamana Junubin, and this is what we need to do. Somebody said before, we need, instead for us to rebel, we need to stay in the government, and we blame them. I don't know, I think that's Dr. Deng Diing. And that's what we need to do. We need to be like Peter Chadhuek, blame them and be with them.
No, I'm not with the government.
I want to say something.
No, I know you.
I'm not.
No, Peter, I know you. I know you're not with the government, but I'm just saying. I know you're not with the government, but you have said something very important, though. This forum, called Lake State Media, we are not shy away from somebody like us. I bring you always, but I know you are not with the government. But I bring you because what matter is you South Sudanese. See my point? Your say is matter as South Sudanese.
I get you.
Yes. So we don't kick anybody out because he's from Jebel Mara, well, from Jebel Kunjur. No, we are all South Sudanese. And your point is matter. You see my point? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Then what do you want to say? Just say it very short so we can.
I'll make it very short. It's the case of aviation. So about the plane crash. My sincere condolences to your family, my brother. We don't have to bring this up one and for all, but we have to talk about it. For me, what I try to say is, why don't we just leave that and let's go? I know it's going to be more politics if we talk about it, because when we say the system of government and own it, then we will have more to add on to it, and we are going to hurt the family members feeling. So that's my request.
No, but my brother, brother Deng, you see, Emmanuel is Mr. Emmanuel is a person who's hurt because he's lost his family members because of the system that has failed to protect the South Sudanese. You know, normally we put systems in place for the system to protect us as human beings. Okay, we cannot bring substandard planes from Ukraine, and you come and you give these planes are not even being used in Ukraine, where they originate from.
That's not Peter. That's not what I'm saying, my brother. I'm just trying to say, Emmanuel himself, when he started, he did not want to talk about it. That's what I heard. But since it's a public forum, he tried to add some point into it. I myself, I'm saying, let's just leave that topic for now, and let's go on with our political thing about the South Sudan issues, and leave about that plane crash, because it has a lot of points we can talk about it, and it's going to cause more disagreement on us. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Khamis.
Yes, brother.
I like your point. You know, you are a very person. You are caring. You are a caring person. I feel you. Peter Chadhuek is a very caring person on the side of aviation, which is very important also, because if we don't care about people on the ground, after they lift up to the sky, we lost them. All of you are caring. Peter's point is crucial, because these are the things that we need to iron out. If we don't iron out, those are the things that bring death in South Sudan. So we need to talk about it.
Emmanuel,
yes, Emmanuel, I'm coming to you, but I like what you said. I know you care about Emmanuel's feelings. Emmanuel was about to come to the point already. but we were moving from topic to topic. That's why we exhausted the entrepreneur, which is his business, and we moved to transportation. So Peter point is crucial because this is very important. You know, we lost a lot of people, only people of Lake State. But Emmanuel, let's go back now to Emmanuel, all of us. All of us will ask each question because it's also good for the government to listen so they can know this was wrong and need to be fixed. Okay? So Emmanuel, I know what happened, but we also want to ask you in details. You said that when the plane crashed, you said this plane flew to Bor and come back. And when it come back, it was already having a mechanical issues. Somebody was put in there and flew it to Yerul, and that's when it crashed. When people tried to investigate, the team was formed. And when this team was formed, some of the family members were there and were there as a team. When they went and checked the black box was not found. So can you come back to the story, because there's some question we need to ask from here. Because my mind, we have a lot of discussion, me and Deng and Adwok and my mind already get lost. So come back to the story, because this is a very good story that we need. So the government also can listen. If those planes are still flying in the air, they need to be ground again.
It's muted.
Okay, let me unmute you. Guys, English is not my mother tongue, because I know a lot of Sudanese are trying to correct people down here. It's not my mother tongue. A lot of people are saying down here, so just take the material and leave. But now look at God book tom God. Kayinchi wara yinra ne yalwe correct anything. So logo to
I will come back to you for the brief. To elaborate more about it. But first, let me say something to Pito. Pito, man, it's been a long time, because he's one of the people that I knew before he joined the rebellion. And the problem started when these people were taken. Young, fresh minds, like in Pito, Jarul,
it's called Majur Machel almost.
But I know, many guys that were taken. Even the cousin to Garang, Dr. Garang, is called Garang. There are many. They were taken to South Africa for training. They were taken to Ethiopia, taken to Russia. They were given the best training. Some of them were doing engineering, like Jarul was an engineer. Him, he was a pilot. Others, doing different things. But when they came to Juba, they were just put down. They were not given a job. A lot of money was wasted to take them for training in order to come and do the system. But when they came, no job for them. Most of them now, even they're working now with the private companies. They have abandoned, they're not working with the government. How do you take people for training in order to come and establish the system if people are really not empty-minded? And then you come and put them down. What do you need? What else do you need? You need people who are qualified. These people were given the best training. Let me say, in Eastern Africa, if you take people and train them in South Africa, train them in Ethiopia, then take them to Russia. This guy were taken to all those countries. These should be the right people to manage the aviation industry, but none of them is even employed now. You see, this is a place where this is a place where the root cause of the problem. Now coming back to what the question you asked, for me to elaborate more on what really occurred, surrounding the crash of the plane. That plane was bought by an Arab guy in Khartoum. And that Arab guy is connected with the LT.COL. So for him to get a job in South Sudan, he looked for another guy who is related to LT.COL, so that they register a company to allow that plane to come and operate in South Sudan. So when they registered this company called Southwest, is a consortium of a plane from, Khartoum plus a guy from South Sudan. You see? And this plane was not given insurance because it's connected to the big guys. And people are fearing maybe to ask them for a license or something like that because it's connected to the big guys. Nobody asked them. So the plane, when it went to, it was not Bor, it went to Pibor. It was actually on Tuesday. It went and crash landing. And then they took their own mechanic, they went and fixed it, and then they brought it to Juba. The first pilot was a Somali guy. This pilot refused. He said, no, this plane is not in a good condition. I cannot fly it anymore. So the Arab guy, who is a partner in this company, he ordered another pilot from Khartoum with a co-pilot. They came and flew for the first time to go to Europe, and then they went and crashed. The Somali guy survived. He didn't go. The pilot from Khartoum plus his assistant pilot, they went and crashed with the people. People from the airport, that's why I said the problem is them. They know this plane crash landed in Pibor, and they just brought it to Juba without being taken for maintenance. Why would they allow it again with a new pilot? The pilot who is not given a license, who just came from Khartoum the other day, like 2 days, with his co-pilot to take people for another journey. Isn't it the system to be blamed? I know the company has a mistake, but that mistake, who will correct it? It should have been the government to correct that mistake. So that's what happened. When the insurance, when people, the committee went to Ukraine, my computer was trying to disturb. They went and checked, black box was there, but it's nothing, it's not recording. Because that black box is the old school, maybe you don't know it. It has a cassette to be put inside, the old school system. They have one for antenna. They use one cassette and it's full. So they remove it and then they just leave the black box without cassette recording. So even if people die like the way people died, nothing to be found. That was one thing. The Ukrainians said that plane was written off in their system because it's like a crap to them. It's not in their system anymore because it was manufactured in 1984. That's when it was manufactured, almost our age. Those planes, the one they're using, even most of the companies, I don't want to mention their name, they might think that I'm spoiling their businesses, but those are the planes they're using, the Antonov 32. Those Antonov are not working anywhere in the world. Only in South Sudan, that's where you find them. Even in Kenya here, you cannot find them. Even in Uganda, all those junk planes. Those are from the Second World War. Nobody uses them anymore. But they have been brought to South Sudan because we don't have a system. And that's why how many planes crashed? In Wow, how many times they crash landed? The one that killed like Justin, Yash, and one community, because our people, they have a system when they're going to one area, is one family that is in the plane. Like if the plane is going to Malakal, you will find Shuluk and Jengapadang and Samneru are there. Your plane is going to Lake State, you find only the people in the plane, mostly Lake State. Like 17 people on that plane, on the board on that plane who died, 17 from Yerul and 3 from Rumbek, and plus only 2 pilots. And a white man survived. There was only one foreigner white man, but God helped him because he's not in the path of the mess of the. So he's maybe Robert Bato Galo. So the white man survived. And he came for the first time from Italy. And he was going to work in Europe as a doctor, medical doctor. But when the plane crashed, he survived. And he went back to his country because it's not part of our mess. You see, the way God can work. So entirely the problem is the system, like Peter said, to be blamed. Why would they allow people to operate like that? And I told them when I went and met John Luke in his office, I told him when he was the Minister of Transport, I told him, look, one time you want to go to your area, this plane will kill you also as well, delayed. Because these are the same plane that they're using. If you don't improve the system, even President one time he will want to go to Arab and he will die in the same plane. It will not be only 17, those people, 23 people who died, but it will kill a lot of people. And how many times have they crashed? Even the one that crashed, immediately taking off from the airport, killed a lot of soldiers that were going to Palosh. Only a small child survived. It's because there's no media coverage. That's why you don't hear them. A lot of planes are killing people. But the system is not changing. So what are we going to do? Like Peter said, we need to change that system. Change the system and install another system. Bring new people. And how can we bring it? People, young generation.
Thank
if we
you,
talk in Juba, we go to jail.
Thank
That's
you.
the complication.
Emmanuel.
If we go to Bush,
the reason why I interject and keep telling you thank you is because the more we ask questions, it doesn't mean we embarrass you, but it means that government listening to us, we are unhappy. Me, Bola, I'm unhappy because my family died in that plane. There's nothing should be covered. Okay? I was in the SPLA. If I go to Juba today and I get arrested because I speak inappropriately in Lake State media, I will say SPLA way, and I will not scare. Because I say it was wrong for that plane to be leaked, to fly, and then I will keep saying SPLA way, and I will go to that jail. I was in the Red Army and I was arrested many times. Deng Diing was my soldier, was my Deng Diing was my I don't know, let me put it in army language. He was my
commander.
He was my soul. You know, they can't soul be tied. But let me say this, Emmanuel. Let me keep all those out. We want to ask you a question as a part of this conversation. Very short. Even all of you guys, this is what we need to do. Too much conversation is not going to help us. Short question will help us. Emmanuel.
People speak like LUKA, not
yes, LUKA and
Knowles,
Daniel.
The second name is complicated.
Daniel Mabemba is actually having a very nice question he's asking, but I'm so engaged, so I didn't ask you guys. Daniel Mabemba, he have some very nice talk he posted, and I will bring them up too. So, but let me ask, and all of you guys, we need to ask question. Too much explanation will not help South Sudan. Question and answer and solution. Question, answer, and solution. Believe me, guys, because we talk so many. Here in my company, I don't have so many questions. I don't talk too much. I ask question, solution. Question, solution. That's the progress. Yeah, that's the progress in our country. Question, solution. But when you explain, no, the engine broken, send an engineer. That's it. Okay, Emmanuel, when the plane crashed, you said that the team was formed, including you are one of the team. You investigate. And when you investigate, you find that the black box is not working. Right?
Yes.
The black box is not working. After investigation, this plane were grounded by the government. Shortly, they were released to fly. Some of the planes that have the same problem, malfunction, right?
There were 3. 1 crashed, 2 remain.
Okay. When they were released, one of the people in the airport get upset, and he said that why this plane were released while they were grounded, but he was arrested. Was he arrested? Can you correct me from here?
He was here. They know it. They know him. Yeah, he's a security personnel. He did that not because he's from Yerul, but because he was sent with a letter from by the judiciary and the presidential order during the funeral. The president ordered publicly the Minister of Transport that those planes, if there are 2 remaining, that company should be closed.
Okay.
It will not work until the investigation is completed.
Okay. Emmanuel, there's something I want to nullify from your statement. You said before, the company who have this plane is not a problem. The government is not a problem. This statement you want to dismiss from your statement. The company have a problem. The company was not abided, was not complying with the rules, the regulations. And there's one of the people who did not hear me before when Peter was talking. Peter said that this company was not abide. Right, Peter? Let me unmute it. The company, me and Peter, we have said, because there's somebody who misquoted our statement. We said this company was not abiding, was not following the rules and regulations of the aviation. I didn't say that this company was right. Somebody misquoted me. Listen, I said this company was not abiding with the rules and regulations, of the aviation. That's
Yeah,
what I said. How would I say this company is follow the rules while the plane fly to Pibor or Mathiang or wherever had a problem, and then they find another pilot, put it in there and flew it to Yerul. I will never say this, even if somebody gonna kill me, I will never say this company was follow the regulations and rule. No, I will never say it. They were wrong.
Yeah, can I say something?
Oh yeah, come on.
Can I say something? Okay, brother Ball, I want to say something. You see, the whole world for aviation, they have one organization that is responsible for the making of the decisions and rules and regulations for the international aviation. Now, this organization is called ICAO, International Civil Aviation Authority Organization. This one is based in Toronto, in Canada. If some people who live there, they know. So this organization sets, it's actually under the United Nations organization, but it deals specifically with aviation. And it sets the minimum requirements for aviation standards. This one means, I mean, the standards is that if there's anything that is below the one that has been given as a guideline for I mean, by the organization, which ICAO, then it becomes a non-binding. Now, the standards for the ICAO are supposed to be followed by the South Sudanese civil aviation authorities. They use the guidelines by the ICAO as a reference. Okay, they might have a bit more stricter, like for instance, in a country like the Civil Aviation Authority of Israel, for instance. They have a bit more stricter than the ones for the ICAO. Meaning, if you are to operate a company, an aviation company in Israel, their laws are a bit more stricter than the ones which are for this place, for ICAO. So in South Sudan, unfortunately in South Sudan, this ICAO law is not being even being followed. The law is, I mean, it's supposed to help for instance, if people like the government of South Sudan does not know the law that the ICAO sets.
Peter, let me ask you, because we don't just want, this is a Lake State media, it's like CNN. We just don't want anybody to speak without question. You are very acknowledged, you are very smart, very intelligent. Why don't you go there to South Sudan and apply for a position in an airport? Why you don't go there? Because you explain very nice. Why? What holds you without going there?
The problem is that, you know, because I was in the system before, and this what I'm telling you right now, I used to present it to my commanders, but my commanders were like, no, this is not for you. Deng Diing was
hold on, Peter. You said you used to present it to your commanders. Commanders, or
yes.
Why are you presented to your commanders? Were you flying the army helicopter?
I was. I mean, I was an officer in the SPLA Air Force.
And how did you exit?
I left because it was the system. The things that were happening within the system.
Were you single out
allowing me? No. This is another aspect of it. But the problem that I faced when I was in the Air Force was that I could not be able to do whatever I wanted, whatever I was trained to do. Even my colleagues who are there now in Juba, I am sure they are not doing what they were trained to do. Okay, they are not exercising the what they were taught, the knowledge that they went and where they paid, as Comrade Emmanuel had said earlier, that they were trained and then they were just put on the ground. Okay, now my colleague unfortunately died, Jarul, you know, when
Yeah,
we
Jarul
were
is my cousin, actually. Is my cousin. We used to live in the same house. I'm heartbroken. You know, go ahead.
he failed because of the system. He was not supposed to go into that plane. If it was the reality of the matter, Jarul was not supposed to go. Jarul is an engineer on the ground. Okay, but because the system does not respect, they just look at you as, okay, Peter, you're a shilo kalas. They, whatever is in the head here, or what you want to do for the betterment of the country, will not be allowed. That is the problem that we have in Juba. That's why the crises are like this. That's why you and me were here today discussing about this. But my brothers would want to say, for South Sudan to come out of the current situation it is for us to accept that we have a problem. The problem is not only on aviation. And there was a guy I wanted to answer. His name is Thomas. He asked a very good question. He asked that, is it true that our planes are controlled from Khartoum? And if it is so, this is very sad. Unfortunately, I would say, I would answer.
What did he say?
He asked, is it true that our his name is Thomas Deng. He asked a question that is it true that our planes are controlled from Khartoum? This is very sad. I want to answer him that, my friend, it is not only your planes are being controlled, planes that are flying inside South Sudan are controlled from Khartoum, but they're also controlled from Kampala. Entebbe airspace control, they control them. This is because there's no strong institution within the South Sudan government, or the Ministry of Transport and the Intelligence Ministry, the Defense Ministry. Basically, this thing falls under the Ministry of Transport and Defense, what is supposed to protect the airspace of South Sudan.
Peter, let me ask you.
Yes.
Because we don't want people to just talk length of time. Let me ask you. When South Sudan sent so many let me say it this way. When South Sudan sent so many plane drivers to South Africa,
pilots.
I know DRD will left. When South Sudan sent so many plane drivers to South Africa to be trained.
Okay.
Yeah, we call them pilot.
Oh, they are called pilots, man. I didn't go to school. So when sent so many drivers to South Africa to be trained how to drive plane, why they didn't train other people how to monitor? Help me here. How to monitor what?
The airspace.
The airspace. Man, I love you. Go up, go there, go there. Why you guys were not helping people to be trained how to monitor airspace?
When the SPLA airport was commissioned, they had three individual units within the Air Force itself. One was for the pilots, the second one was for engineers, and the third one was for the air traffic controllers. All these groups were sent to South Africa to be trained. We have, the air traffic controllers that they're operating in South Sudan now. Some of them, I don't know where they are. We have not been in touch with them. They were trained. Now, when we were supposed to take control of the airspace about, the equipments that were brought and were given to us, at that time it was the Minister of Defense was Deng Diing. He went and bought things which were not you know, these are outdated, the outdated equipment that were used during the outdated equipment that were used in 1960s. He went and brought them, and they did not train anybody on those equipments themselves. And these equipments are there in Luri, on the way to Luri. These things are there. They are rotting. They stayed for 2 years in Gulu, and when
man, that's so sad. That's
the
so
system,
sad.
there are and curb and that we must address. So if we are to have to have a good system. And mushkila في Junub, it is that people have not accepted the reality that al-balad balad fashil. It is completely rotten to the core.
Okay.
Nyal Deng Diing has been brought. Who can lo da guy can move this alo? What did you do when you were in the Ministry of International Cooperation? What did you do when you were the Minister of Defense and Veterinary Affairs? You only did shame and a lot of things, watching football. But this is another thing altogether. So these are the things, weaknesses and failures which are leaders and guiding for Cuba that are your job and more than
Thank you.
The aviation industry, in my recommendation, if you want to ask me the recommendation between what is supposed to be done, for it to be made good aviation industry, it is for them to bring knowledgeable people and put them in the position of decision making. But it will first of all help Mashakil with that. If it was me, for instance, I would ground all the planes that are in Cuba immediately. If I made the director for transport within the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Transport, I will immediately ban all those planes from even flying into airspace. And then I'll bring competent. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Then Khamis is putting his hand up. Maybe he already know how to change a valve, how to change a plane valve, and he wants to tell us. So that plane will fly with the light.
Oh,
man.
You know,
I know you already learned how to change a valve. You know, today I changed my. Let me tell you guys this story. Hey, let's. You know, I'm the one hosting today. I'm not gonna go nowhere. Peter, we're gonna sleep here. You know what happened to me today? Then I'll give you a chance. I went to AutoZone. My car was having a problem. One eye don't see. When I went to work last night and I tried to switch on the light and I see one eye don't see. So I was wondering, because I'm not mechanic, I said my car don't look at one eye, but one eye see. So what I did, I put my eyeglasses, switch on my high beam light, and my car can see. But you know what? In Texas, you can get a ticket from the police because you put a BM light. So what I did, I went to work, come back to work, and went to AutoZone. You understand AutoZone, right, Peter? Because maybe you are on the other side of Canada. Maybe they call it AutoZone. So I went to AutoZone and I bought one eye. I bought one eye, you know, and I want to put it there on my car so my car can see. But you know what I did? Anyway, I call it a valve. Guys, I just want to make Lake State Media a fun place for us also to laugh. But do not think that I don't know what I'm saying. I bought the valve. So when I bought the valve, I brought it, but there is a long high beam and a light. So what I did, because I'm not a mechanic, look, this is what I did. I bought the valve because I don't want to spend another money. I already spent $30, you know, which is what I spend every day. And I don't want to spend another dime. So what I do, I went there and I unplugged. So I bought a short light, and there is a high beam and there's a normal light. So I went there and I unplugged high beam and I put it in there. I struggled until I put it in correctly and I start my car, but it wasn't light up. So I came and I looked at it and I smacked my car and I said, why you don't light up? But it was what? It was a short light that I put on a high beam. So I went back to the AutoZone and I bought another one and put it in, and then it light up correctly, light up correctly, and I was happy. That was my first time I become now mechanic, because I try my best, you know, try my best. That's what we need to do. Sometime in a life, you need to fix your own things. Anyway, come to the aviation in South Sudan. Then Khamis want to say something. So I said, maybe you already learned how to fix a light. So Deng like me. So can you, let me unmute him. Can you say some? I believe now you know how to fix a plane light. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would love to hear from my brother James Mulaj, because he's been here for a little while and we don't know what he might say. But for me, I'm not I'm not I'm not actually an engineer, and I know we will talk about it, and it's out of touch sometime when you talk about something you don't have a clue. And I know how to fix car. If it is a car and something wrong with it, I'm not a mechanic, but I do fix my own cars. Uh, that's my own experience. Come back to the aviation. I have learned two things here from my two brothers, what they have said. Uh, the system is actually one of the factors is there. And the reason I try to avoid it before, because there's a lot of things that contributed to it. We have a Boeing company. We've seen what the Boeing company has been going through, and from the beginning, they have
I don't know. Do you guys hear him? Deng, do you guys hear him?
yeah,
Emmanuel, do
yeah.
you guys hear him?
You
It's,
don't hear
it's
me?
hanging a lot. It's hanging a lot on my side, but I can hear now.
Oh, okay.
I, yeah.
Okay, now I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, like what I was actually trying to say is a Boeing company. It's in Washington state here in America. And you know how it went through? It's in America and it's a Western country that are powerful. They are the one that make the airline, a lot of plane. But that thing went in a lot of crisis. A lot of them, they are grounded. And still now, I think they still not, some of them, they're not operating. When that happened, it was actually mechanical failure, one of the wire that but they know about it. They know about it. The company know about it, and they just want to keep going on with their business. So for me, sometimes I try to separate the government issues with the independent companies that are actually operating by their own thing, own way. Those things happen. Yes, the failure could be there with the company. The company did not comply with the aviation regulation. It happened. Number two, I think why we have two different countries that are actually they are monitoring our airspace is because we don't have equipment that are set out there in Juba in South Sudan, and for the airline to operate, they have to have some air controllers to be around to see what going on with them. But there is two different things we have to know too. There is ground mechanic for the aviation and the pilot. Pilot is not a mechanic. That's one thing we have to differentiate. We South Sudanese sometimes we don't understand them. We think that if somebody is actually a pilot, is automatic a mechanic. It doesn't work that way. There are ground mechanic, those who check the airline when the airline is land down and is about to take off. So those people are the one that checking it. They different from the pilot. And what you said before, brother Board. Yes, even in Africa, they call the drivers, car drivers. They call them pilot. So we firm the you to that language. I'm not going to go that long, and I'll leave the floor. It will make sense for us to give at least a little bit, 2 5 minutes to one person, and then we can reply back. And I love to listen to others sometimes. So that's my input there. So the issue of aviation can be a regulation of people that actually the contractors company that are contracting with the aviation. They usually fail to follow the guidelines because the manual work for the airline when the airline is land, well, they already are on a schedule where they're going to go and when what time they land from there and what time they will be taken off. Those are the thing of people do in the country when we have our own towers that the tower that are actually regulating the airplane. So since we don't have them, one in Khartoum and one in Entebbe, so we actually we have more time, and that's why we has always said let's just have a peace of mind and uh, and try to review our system because we never have one before, but we have to work on it. So I'll yield it back to you, my brother, and that's what I can add on to the aviation issue. I'm not a aviation mechanic. We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Born you are mute.
Let me unmute myself. Dear
Okay.
Deng, it's your turn to comment on aviation because we are talking about aviation. You follow us. You know all those planes that carried people, and one of the plane that took passengers to Yerul and collapsed, and the members of the families were heartbroken because they were trying to sue the airline. The government is trying to allow other airlines that were ground to fly. You know all that. The members were not even given were not compensated. You know all that, and that's what Emmanuel were trying to narrate. You know, so come here and also talk and or has Emmanuel question what happened? Did he succeeded suing the airline? Why they were allowed to fly? You know, stuff like that are the topic right now. So welcome.
Well, thank you very much once again, Paul. Thank you, viewers. Well, I'm not going to ask Emmanuel. The first thing I'm going to say is to say my condolences to you, to both of you. I didn't know that people that died in the plane crash were from your community. I mean, from your family. That's my condolence to say to you. Um, and the reason I'm not going to ask Emmanuel about that, this issue of aviation is a very big issue. This is a matter of life and death. This has nothing to do with politics. Whether you are opposition or government, it is something that concerns everybody. It is something we need to fix, and how we can fix it. It needs all minds, not all minds of people. There are three things that actually we have to look at. Because myself, I don't blame the system, but I blame the people in the system. The system is not a problem, but the people in the system are the problem. Like look at the examples right now. What happened with that the plane that crashed, in Europe? They knew very well. People in the system, they knew very well the plane was not good. But
Uh, DR, let me interject with you because you know sometimes, you know, I'm from Texas, you know, and I have all experience. If you give me a computer to fix, I will fix it. But if you tell me to explain how I fix it, I will fail. That's how we are in Texas. You said that yes, if you give me a computer to fix because I'm a computer engineer, I will fix it. If you tell me how did you fix it, I will not tell you. That's what we are, and that's why a lot of people are complaining. Oh, you don't speak English, but hey, I am an engineer. I'm a computer engineer. I went to Houston Community College and I have my associate. No lie about that. Give me a computer, I fix it. And if you ask me how did I fix it, I will not tell you. Okay, you said that people are not the problem and the system is the problem. Who invented the system?
No, you did not get my point.
What did you say?
I said the system is not the problem. The people within the system are the problem.
Okay, hold on from there. You said system is not the problem,
Yes.
but people within the system.
Are the problem.
People within the system, they are the one invented the system. So why not? They are not the problem.
Well, if that's why I need to explain before you interject, because I would have actually answered that question already. Here is why I say system is not a problem. The people in the system are the problems. And I'm going to give you an example. Emmanuel himself even said that the pilots knew that the plane was not good. They knew the plane was not good. Okay? The system does not exist. It's human being to make the system exist. Okay? So, since that they knew the plane was not good, there are three powerful people here: aviation, operators, and then the controllers. Okay? So the controllers were the one to confirm that whether that plane would leave or not. And if the controller said this plane cannot go, okay, they will not go anywhere. That's why they're called controller. So this means that people within the system, the controller, actually didn't even know what they were doing. Those are the best people. Now, what does the government do? The government regulated the system. The government regulated the regulations and within the system. For example, when I watched the speech of the president, he said himself, the pilot knew that because the first report was about the weather. Okay? If the pilot knew that the weather was not good in Europe, why didn't he return? Okay? So it means that the people who are actually creating the system at the same time running the system are the one to be blamed.
Okay. Hold on, DRD. You said that if he knew that the weather was not good, why he didn't return? But you should understand there's a difference between the weather and mechanism failing. The weather can be fine, but the engine can still fail. Because you said that why he did not return if you know that the weather is not good. But you know that the weather can be good, but the engine cannot be good. Go ahead.
Well, the problem you're interjecting here, and that's been make a little bit to lose the point. What I was trying to say.
The reason why I interject, because I don't want you to talk until I forget the point.
No, but that's why I lose the point. Even when I didn't finish the point, I can lose the track, because that means let me finish then and put down the point, and then you ask later on. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is when I would listen to the president's speech, I didn't say the system. When I would listen to the president's speech, the president actually blamed the pilot in the initial speech. Okay? So that means that what I said, that the president said that if the pilot knew that the problem with the weather, why didn't he turn around and let it gibber? But at the end, it was not actually the weather. At the end, the facts came out, it was a matter of mechanical issues. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, so here is my point here. The system can be set up. Okay, like right now, Lagos State Media. You set up everything, but if you don't operate it, will it operate itself? It will not operate itself. Okay, it would be you.
If the equipment are old, it will not operate itself. If the equipment are old, it will operate itself.
Thank you. That is my point. So the aviation in South Sudan is very weak. Look, we don't have our own aviation. The aviation we have right now is still old Sudan. It is old Sudan controlled airspace. Don't forget that one problem. Okay? The second problem, the Minister of Roads and Bridges is the one that is responsible for all of this. Who was the first minister? It was Mama Nyande. And Mama Nyandeng knew very well that her husband died because of the helicopter crash. She would have been the first person to take into account that such a thing would not happen in South Sudan. Did he do it? No. John Luke was also Prime Minister of Road. may he rest in peace. I don't want to blame him when he's not alive. But the problem here, myself, the problem here is not the system. The problem are the people themselves. Even the plane that crashed, in Europe, and the plane that crashed in WoW, and the plane that crashed the same time in Juba, the U.S. intelligence, they warned them. They give them warning, these planes were not good. So if the controller and the aviation and then the government, all of them came together and say, hey, listen, these things are not good. They cannot operate. Then they would have not killed the people. But because people ignore things, these are not good. People ignore what kill us, these are not good. So what I'm trying to say is, our people must be blamed. Instead, we blame the system, because even my brother Adwok mentioned before that there were people actually trained in South Africa, very well trained, and up to now they are not employed. Was it the system rejected them? It was people that did not put them into business to do that job. So we only make change. Let's change the people, and when we change the people to bring right people into that system, the system works very well. Otherwise, the problem of aviation needs the government to regulate it. The government's jobs for aviation to regulate the system, to regulate the aviation, to regulate the controller. But if the government just sit down and say, okay, controller will do the job, aviation will do the job, and then they don't regulate it, then they have to be blamed. Yes, of course, they have to be blamed. But the truth is, the people in the system are the problem. Remember the plane that crashed in WoW? The pilot was given warning. The pilot was given warning that the plane would not be good, but he still did it. I mean, not the pilot, the controller, the aviation themselves were given the plane that killed a woman in 2012 in WoW. They knew very well. A unit has his own plane. He was given warning that that plane that was not good. Did he listen to? The plane will almost crash in Nauru. Thanks God that actually didn't kill anybody. Okay? So the people don't care whether people are going to die or not. It's just people within the system need to be blamed. Otherwise, my point is, now we need peace. This is what I conclude. We need peace so that we have election. And when we have election, we will vote for the right leadership. That is the hope that I believe. Not to fight. We can't afford fighting. But let's have peace till we vote. If you believe that Dr. Diing is the right person for aviation, vote for me. Not through guns. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Deng Diing. Peter, you came back. What are you injecting in this conversation?
What I want to interject in this conversation is that let us take examples of very good countries that have a very good safety record. The United States of America, Canada, Europe, and the system that they follow. Let us take it from them and come and apply it in South Sudan. There were 2 plane crashes that were very important for up to date. These are 2 plane crashes. If you've been following the news, the Boeing Max 8, Boeing 737 Max 8. You know, when the first one crashed in it's a Lion Air in somewhere in Indonesia, and the second one was Ethiopian Airlines. Do you know up to date that? I'm following what is happening. They are trying to recertify it again. The United States government, the FAA. Every crash that plane, if there's a plane crash, it is supposed to be normally a wake-up call that something has gone wrong and it has led to people dying. Okay. For South Sudan case, we cannot talk about coming of the elections because even the election itself will be rigged. If we go to the elections, it will be rigged, Dr. Deng. And then we'll bring another person who has zero knowledge on whatever that is happening, and he's put there. Now, what I say, SPLM has the best policy on earth here, but is the policy being implemented? You heard recently, even the worst part of it, recently, this guy, the Minister of of Cabinet Affairs, he went and he brought us the most shameful, and if it was me, this guy is supposed to be in jail. The road was never even used even as one time. It was washed away by rain. Do you ever think that, under the current system, think anything will be done? Nothing. We'll just be talking, and tomorrow we will hear another crash, and we'll feel bad about it, that what could have been done better, and still nothing will be done. My brothers, let us not lie to each other. That country, Bitana, Kulana, we have equal responsibilities to make it right. Here, if he doesn't want to do it, we remove him and we bring in a person who can do it. Right? It can be anybody in South Sudan. The population is about 10 million. You think that there's no out of the 10 million, there's nobody who can come and fix the country to the way it's supposed to be done. So my brothers, there's nothing that will be done under the current system. We hope that the system will be, will be changed so that we can be able to now bring the international standard into our country and have the country be governed the way it is. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Peter Adwak. And you make a very important point. Now we are shifting to my brother who just came, my brothers who just came. The first person that I will give chance, you unmute yourself, is called Joe NY. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. Joe. I wanna know. Joe. Joe, you unmute yourself because you choose to unmute yourself. You are the one to speak.
It's froze, actually. It's froze.
I think it's frozen.
You
it's frozen.
And you went to, because it's called Joe.
Yeah. Let me answer this gentleman called Agwata.
Okay.
Yeah, Agwat, yeah, 787 Max. The problem they are grounded up to date is because of there's a system within the one that controls the autopilot, in which it's supposed to warn the correct the system. Nowadays everything is computerized. It is supposed to correct. For instance, if the plane is at a very high pitch, it's supposed to lower it and bring it back to that high pitch, and the takeoff, not high altitude, the pitch. So it is supposed to lower it, but unfortunately, this one it was flying at a normal flight level, and it kept on bringing the nose of the plane down, and all the two planes, when they crashed the same. So my brother, leave it to me. I know what is supposed to be done. You're supposed to consider what you're supposed to do your thing. If you come and check my work, but we'll have another crash again. Thank you.
I
want my brother. Okay, this is.
You telling her what, man, just drive your car and let me fly a plane. Okay, yes. Emmanuel. Let me unmute Emmanuel. Man, I love my Lagos State media, brother. Let me unmute. Go ahead, Emmanuel Majur.
Yeah, everybody has his own field. Like when you talk about system is my area, because I'm a train manager. And even today, I was having a video conference. Actually, I told you before, from 4, I ended at 6. We're talking about how to cope up with the new normal, how to manage the coronavirus. People are not going to stay at home. People must go to work. But coronavirus, how can we manage it? Because it's a new phenomenon. So system is going to change to cope up with the way people can go to job, with the way things can be done. It will become a new normal, not the old normal. You see, like when you're going to town, you will be wearing masks. There's a change, and there are people who can resist change. When you talk about the system, there are a lot of theories that we can talk about, and system can be set, and system is the one to guide people. Look, if there's no system, people cannot do anything in management. So first of all, like if you are, let's say, if you are Minister of Agriculture, you must have a plan, a blueprint. What do you want to do within 5 years, within 10 years, within, in different areas? You must have a plan of what you want to do. That's a system. Now coming back to the aviation industry. When the plane crashed, we went there, there was no bill passed. We went and asked, there was no bill. There's no aviation bill. They were asking, how can these people be compensated? We went to judiciary, they say, you go back to aviation commission if they have a bill so that they can follow. There's no bill. There's no law that has been passed even to govern the aviation industry in South Sudan. They're still using the one for Khartoum, and the one for Khartoum has been repealed because we are an independent country. We cannot govern people, judge people based on Khartoum bill, aviation bill. So the problem is the system. The system has not been set, and system can guide people. That's the problem. That's where the problem is. Like what I was saying, the problem is not with the airline company. Of course, these are the people who committed the crime. But what allowed them to commit the crime? The system that allowed them to commit the crime, because the system has not been set. For example, if in America, you are there in America, you are told to report at work, maybe a certain time, number of hours, you have a break time. That's the system that you follow. If there's no system, you will just wake up and go to work at a time you want. You see? So system is there in order for people to work and follow things. So that's what I can say. I blame the government, but the criminals are the aviation company. But the government is part of it. Because there's no system. What can they follow?
I have a question to answer. Can I?
Yeah, then you can.
Okay. Well, the question is about Deng Diing. How long was she the minister of road? And that's not necessary to be 10 years in the ministry to build the road. You can be a 1 year, and when you have finance, you can build a road. She was there for 4 years, but what happened? Nothing. So it don't have to be like a million years to be in that position to build the road. So that's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Can I answer this question very quick for what?
Why not? I like those who answered the question, but I don't like those.
I'm not seeing the question. Where are they? I'm not seeing the question.
Go ahead.
Question. Yeah, they asked me a question directly.
You know what? The screen we are on here, you can read the comment. At least you have other device with you. That's where that's how you can see the comment.
Okay.
For a good, I thought I already said. Why don't we? Why didn't South Sudan have its own red R? The red R cannot be just be right there. That's why they are using Khartoum, and that's why they are using Entebbe. Because it has not been built. We don't have a system that actually build the traffic control in the country, in Juba. We don't have it. So, and that costs $1 million. And also that the question is going back to our officials that are actually, when they are assigned, they take off with the money. How are we going to build the red R in the country when the engineers, those who are actually like road constructor like Mama Nyande, when somebody mentioned here, the money that was actually put into her ministry, we do not know what she did with those money. That's how we can buy the red R to be built in Juba. But we can't just put it in the airspace without being built in the country. So that's my answer to the question that what is actually asking. So I back.
Thank you, Deng. You know we can build anything in our country, but this is what our people have. Let me make example using myself. I went to Apple store last year. And when I went to Apple store, it was 5 o'clock. The store want to close. And I have one of, we make line. So I was having one of the ladies behind me. And she said that when the store closed and I did not figure out how to use my email, it will be disaster to my company. So I looked to her and I said, ma'am, the store is going to close. Even me, I'm not going to have a chance. But if it is a matter of an email, I can fix it on your telephone. She looked at me and she said, it's impossible. You don't know anything. And I said, okay. So the store is closing, and she keeps saying that if the store is closed and I don't get into my email, she just wants to get into her email, it will be a problem. I keep saying, regardless of what she told me, she said that I cannot even know how to do it. But I keep saying, ma'am, I can help you. That's all what I say. Ma'am, I can help you. My problem, the reason why I went to the store, it wasn't an email. It was on a screen that I broke. So I want to fix the LCD. Even if I know what to do and I don't have LCD, I cannot fix my telephone. When she see the store is going too close, she told me, how are you going to do it? I said, I cannot tell you, but give me the phone, give me the iPhone. She said, you know what? Just take it. I took an iPhone and I fixed it. When she went to her email, it was just a simple process. You know what she said? Wow, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. That's what happened. The reason why I give you this example is not because I'm so genius. It's because I want to tell you this is what our people back home say to us when we went there. When we tell them we can control the airspace, we can do the maintenance, like somebody like Peter, we can put him there to do the maintenance. When we looked at him, he's a South Sudanese, too black, he don't know nothing. I'm sorry, guys, to say this. This is what our people say, but they don't know that we have experience.
Yep.
Forgive me if I have said something wrong.
The same thing we do here. We don't believe ourselves.
Yes. Let me unmute the dog. Let me unmute the dog. Or you unmute yourself because you choose. This is what our people are doing. But we need to really be very strong and dispute this system and say, no, we are capable of doing anything. This is what
I want to say something. Let me just interject something.
Go ahead.
Let me interject something. You see, my brother Ball, if South Sudanese, if these guys who are in Juba, the ones who are eating the money bit at the ministries that are being given for the work, if they only knew that any plane that passes through the South Sudan airspace, that they're supposed to pay an annual fee, it can go up to millions of dollars. Okay?
Yes.
For the airplane just to pass, not even to land, to pass by the airspace. Because if anything happens to that airplane, if anything happens into the airplane, it will land in South Sudan, and it will be the responsibility of the South Sudan government to make sure that the airplane is safe, the passengers are safe, and this thing, it is being chewed by Khartoum and Kampala. Okay, so my people, it will only take people who know what is supposed to be done to be able to fix the country.
That's true.
If we put people who come and say, "Oh, Bankir, I want a position. You give me position because I was with you in the bush," and he comes and then he does nothing in 6 months. Alas, that is the time that has been wasted, and the country will not move even an inch forward. And that is what has been happening for the last 15 years. So what is killing South Sudan mostly right now is the issue of let's say gossip. Oh, Ball is a bad person. Ball did this and this. Ball said this and that. Well, it's not knowing that what Ball can be able to do. He can be able to build towers. He can have a very, I've flown in South Sudan at night. Comrade Ball. I have flown in South Sudan at night. And do you know what you see? You see only empty, dark, not even a single light. If I overfly a village today, there's nothing of light or anything of that nature. So it means we have a long way. And it is for you and I to accept that we have a problem, because it is when you accept that you are sick, that is when you go to the doctor and you get treated. But if you refuse to say, no, you're not sick, whatever much the doctor does, it will not help you. So a person like what is, I understand, he's saying things here. Huh?
My brother Peter, somebody is accusing us here. Let me answer very quick. Somebody is accusing us here targeting Mama Nyandeng. When generally talking about those who've been Mama Nyandeng, she was the first road and construction minister in South Sudan when we got independent. That's why we mentioned her. It's not because there's a lot of ministers came after her, but we go from the example where we start. So we're not actually targeting her here. So that's what somebody is trying to fight down here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my brothers, with the aviation, I know a lot of things. There's nothing in South Sudan. I always take it from the ground that we are at the ground level of zero. There's nothing that we are working towards, and we are always rejecting that. No, we are not at ground zero. We are somewhere, but we will work even better so that we can do it. Which is the problem with us now.
Thank you, my brother Adok.
You're welcome.
This is the discussion that we want. This is our government, and we have to criticize them so they can correct themselves. Like, for instance, Adok, I like your criticism. You know why? You're not talking about Dinka. You're not talking about JC. Your problem, you tackle the government. Other people, when people go to their shows, and this is what people need to understand. People say, oh, Dinka people don't like the government to be touched. No, we criticize the government, but the way you criticize the government, that's what make me light up my eyes. But anyway, let me not be the only one talking here in the forum. Let me give Kawaja Mayani. Let me give him chance because he has been here. He is very patient. So Kawaja, go ahead and talk.
No, you see, my name is Kwaja Mayani, not Kwaja Mayani. If you can hear me. Okay.
Thank you for correction.
Yeah. I'm admire with the words of Peter Adok and Emmanuel Majur. Because these people, like, they are technical know-how. What I mean technical know-how, because I'm a technician too. I'm a technician. I went to technical school long time ago. By this time, if the government was supposed to be good, I should be a consultant in the Ministry of Transportation, in the Ministry. The guys from, like,
I think.
Huh? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
did my school in Wau. I went to school in Wau for 3 years, and I graduated there. We are only few technicians in Southern Sudan. We are only few technicians. We are only few technicians in Southern Sudan, because maybe two from Equatoria, one from Upper Nile, and then one from Barkazal. We are only few technicians. What is killing us down there? What is killing us down there? What is killing us down there? Because if I'm a technician, like I'm an engineer, if I say this thing is bad, maybe the minister or the commander say, no, just go on, just go. That's the worst thing. And then also I work with the NGOs like Save the Sudan UK, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee, GOL, ODA, British embassy. I work a lot. You see, when you talk to them like this thing is bad, they can listen. They can listen. I'm here also in Canada. I'm a certified technician too. What I did here, I do repairs on the cars, and then we are controlling the cars here. For example, our government down there, our government went to Uganda, brought a buses which supposed not to be driven in Sudan. Which is what? Left-hand drive. No, it's right-hand drive. This was not supposed to be driven in Sudan. Completely. This one's East Africa cars, where the passengers can jump on the side of the road. But in Sudan, the passenger jumps on the road, which is dangerous too. And then the minister's there. What is the wrong with the minister? For example, I work with the UNHCR before. I used to order a spare part. When I order a spare part, I send it to Geneva, and then somebody in Geneva who is expert than me can go through my list and can pass that list if it is right or no. That's a technical job. Nobody can interfere in my job. Nobody can interfere in my job. But if, for example, if I go to Juba now today, if I say, oh, I want to work with the Ministry of Transportation so that I supervise the cars that can be brought in the Southern Sudan, they cannot agree. They cannot agree. Say, no, go back to a place where you come from. Because I know you cannot bring to Southern Sudan cars like automatic cars or what. You cannot bring that cars because you have to see how much is going to consume the spare part or how much is going to do that. That's the worst thing that our government is, our people. I agree with Deng Diing. I agree with the Dr. Deng Diing. They say that the law is there, but the people who are going to implement the law, they are not doing it. And that is true. They cannot agree because they said, sometimes they say, oh, we brought this country by gun, by what? But that's not the time of the gun now. This is just a time for us to work. For us to work. Like this guy, Peter Adok. Peter Adok, this one is an expert. This guy is an expert automatically. Emmanuel Majur is also expert there too. These are people supposed to be not outside. These are people supposed to be. You are expert also on computer. Then you can go and work there too, man. And Deng Diing, I don't know. Deng Diing is also expert there. He can go and work there, man. We are all expert here. Man, but when you go there sometime, when you go sometime there and then tell your ideas, they say no, your ideas is wrong. That is why sometimes it's killing our country. For example, let me give you one example. One example. During the time of Abe Alier or Joseph Lago, Engineer James Tombora was the Minister of Transport. Sarapino Waniswaka was the Director General of Transport. They are all engineers. They are all engineers. When they are doing construction of the road from Juba to Kaboita to Kenya Road, they sleep. They used to sleep on the street with the workers together. They have to see that the road is done properly. They have to see that they were given gift. James Tombora was given Land Rover as a gift because he's a hardworking guy. Sarapino Waniswaka was given Land Rover because they are sleeping there with the workers there and there. So sometimes when we criticize the government, some people support us because maybe the host maybe supported, maybe the host is supporting the government. When I criticize the government, maybe say, oh, the government is good. But we have to criticize. This one is our government. We have to criticize our government so that at least they can fix the government. Because these people are mindset. These people are mindset. You see, they rotate the ministers. The same minister, like Nyal Deng, did wrong thing, he still can be brought back. Martin Ilia did wrong thing, he still can be brought back. Who did the wrong thing can be brought back. If you did the wrong thing, you can be fired. And then somebody like these young guys here, these are all the ministers. These are all ministers of Southern Sudan here. But why on the mindset of this all the portion mind that they want to be there until they die? No, it's not good. Now, for example, you bring the plane which is already written off the planes is already written off in Russia, and then they bring to our country. The buses that are written off in Uganda and East Africa, then we bring to our country. It means that our country is not a junkyard. Huh? Our country is not a junkyard. We have money, we have everything. We should brought something brand new to our country. No, I don't want this one. This one's garbage. I don't want this one. This one's garbage. But because the administration said, because people there, for example, if I'm the minister, because I want to get money also, I want to get corruption, because that is a type of corruption. That's a type of corruption. For example, if I go there, or Peter went there to the aviation service there, the minister can ask Peter what parts we need to order. What parts we need to order. They can sit with Peter and then order the right part. Peter said, "No, this part is not good. This one's outdated. This one's good. This one's good." For example, if you come to my section here, what parts we need to order for our cars here in Southern Sudan? Oh, this one is good. This one's not good. This one's not good. But our people there, because they want to go there to buy themselves, so that they can get money. Instead of buying that thing with $10, they can put $30, so that they can get more money. So that is why our country doesn't prosper. You see that this knowledge is here. For example, if Peter is now maybe 30 years old. If you continue like this one, Peter will be 40 years old. Peter will be 40 years or 50 years. By the time the knowledge, because technical knowledge, if you never practice it, it can go, man. It can go. You have to practice the knowledge so that you can go update your knowledge. Even the doctor, if you're the doctor, even too, you have to read more papers. You have to do what? You have to do more work so that you can get more experience. But if you stay idle, you can work in the company, then the knowledge is gone. Then this knowledge that they acquire is not going to be there. So I'm really sorry for the loss of our people in Southern Sudan. The plane that has crashed, because it's continued to lose our people there. So I'm really sorry for that. That's a good talk. That's a good talk. But sometimes when you criticize the government, people say, "Oh, the government is good. The government is good." But no, the government is not good. The government is not good completely. 15 years, the government did nothing. The government is going down completely. The government is useless completely. The government's done. This government must go, and we can see that these people, all people here, these young guys here, these are the people. These are the future leaders here. They can go and rule our country there. Let them change it at least a bit. You cannot eat mula weka every day. Weka. You have to change your food, man. You have to change your food. I end up here and continue listening to you guys.
Okay, I want to say something before, and then I want to go to sleep after this. And I want to leave about 3 questions on the floor for people to discuss and ask them questions. The first of all, it is the way forward for us to take control of the airspace, because I want us to talk as people who will be able to take positions of leadership and make changes. The question number 1 would be to the floor is that what do we do in order for us to take the position and then make changes that are necessary for the country to go ahead. Number 2, I would like to ask the people what kind of system, because I believe that countries like our neighboring countries, like for instance Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, even Tanzania now, you know, the aviation is becoming up to the international standard. Even with the period of this Corona COVID, because somebody mentioned the issue of Corona COVID just now, COVID-19, and it has changed the world. What do we do in order for us to match up? You know, like for instance, maybe set up unions in order for them to check the government. You know, to be able to you know, give the government, for instance, let's say, for instance, if I was a part of a union and I make ultimatums, because in the United States, there's a union for traffic air controllers, there's a pilots union, there's engineers union. When the engineers they feel like they've been pressured too much to perform, the union will come in and say, listen, they talk directly to the government. Number three would be, I would ask this question would go directly to Salva Kiir Mayardit. I would ask him, and this is a very provocative question: is he a patriotic person? Did he fight all those times in the time he went and rebelled against the government of Sudan? Did he fight so that you can see the country to be the way it is, that South Sudanese are suffering? The South Sudanese from all corners of South Sudan are suffering. Nothing is happening. Disease has affected us. Ways, even as in this question, I would just ask him: is he a patriotic person? And with that, my brothers and sisters, or brothers or sisters who are watching, I would say that have a blessed night, and let us work towards becoming very patriotic South Sudanese, and we love our country. We don't bring second class or third class equipment which are not usable, that will be having flying missiles, killing our civilians. Because those airplanes that are unworth, they are not flying. I mean, airworthiness. We'd call them in technical terms that they are flying missiles, because they will crash and they will explode and kill people. So the thing is that we must be patriotic. I love my country, South Sudan. I want to see it, to come international standard, like even we can even be better than Americans, because Americans are human beings just like us. If we work together and we work towards the betterment of our country, I think we can do more. I suggest we become technocrats. We put Comrade Ball into the engineer for computers, and let him be responsible for all the computers that are coming in and out of South Sudan, and so that we do not get junk things to come into the country. We put him as a Bureau of Standard, for instance. And the engineer Kwaje, why should we lose such a valuable? This is a encyclopedia of information. He can come and be in charge of the directorate of transport within the ministry, and he will be making the policies, and the policies will be implemented. So I say to you again, let us call for the system to be abolished, and we put in a system that works for South Sudan. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Nobody else wants to? Huh?
I think it's James' turn, but it looks like it's not here.
Yeah, I froze and I came back. I will give chance to James Malwach. So, because it had been a long day. It's 4 o'clock right now. Give chance to James Malwach, then go back to the one that we host, and then all of you, I give you 1 minute, and we'll wrap it up and we go home. So, James Malwach, we want to hear your voice. Maybe you are speaking in Kwajikwaji, or maybe in Kapoita or Konyo. Are you in Konyo?
You are so funny today. Thank you and all the viewers, Mr. Bolmakur, the CEO of Lagos State Media. In fact, I have been here for almost 3 hours now, watching your show, and this is not the first time to watch your show. I've been an audience to participate in all the shows that you have been carried out since you create that forum. In fact, I have the question, since your show has many topics today. I thought the topic was one, but it seemed like we are going to topic. We have not been stagnant in one topic, so that we can leverage more on it. In fact, let me come to the issue of a vet system that people were talking about. In fact, we the people of South Sudan, we are the one causing the system to be vet. And in fact, Dr. Deng Diing has said a lot of things before that we are the problems, and those who were in the system before were the problems, and they were the one who caused the same problem and the same system that we are saying today is a bad system. For example, someone who's supposed to liberate our country in 2016 when the war broke out in J1, supposed to be General Paul Malongawan. And it is good today that we have one of his guests, Emmanuel Majur. So I will ask him a very tough question later on when I'm done with my explanation. Malongawan supposed to liberate the country and to make sure Riek Machar and Salva Kiir are not in the system. And he leave that because that he has one side that he was supporting, like he was supporting Salva Kiir, but after he was relieved in the office, because our problem in the country now are caused by unnecessary decrees that our president has been carried out all the monthly basis. And in fact, when there was no decree in the country, presidential decree, and we are participating into democratic election, we would not be having such problems that are happening in our country. And in fact, when Paul Malone was not relieved, he was supporting Salva Kiir Mayardit as his officer. And when he was removed, then he formed his own movement, which is SUP, Sudan People United Front, or whatever, abbreviation. So our problem is that there's no need for us to be in the same government when we are leaving the office.
I think his network is dead.
His problem, man.
Network is dead, but let's wait for him. God bless him. God bless him. God bless him.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Ngundang, let Ngundang bring him back.
I think I'm in Konkonya today, as you said.
Oh my God. Ngundang, bring him back. Ngundang, bring him back.
Cindy has a problem. Can I answer a question here? Oh, okay. He's back.
Yes.
Damn.
Let me wind
Ngundang
up.
already thrown into the water. Ngundang
Let me
thrown
wind
into
up.
the water.
Since my network is not fair enough. Yeah, my question to the guest speaker, if General Paul Malongawan is still in the government as the chief of general staff, would he be able to form his movement while he's in the government? Second to it, why are we having ideologies of rebelling as a country while not sitting as a one country, one people, one nation, so that we discuss the affairs of our country when we are not rebelling? Forming a movement is not a problem as a country. We must having different oppositions, different parties in the country while discussing our issues as internal affairs, not rebelling or causing any harm to our citizens. For example, we know that the cause of our problem as a country is unnecessary decrees, whereby you bring someone in today, tomorrow you remove him. Like the minister, the former minister of presidential affairs, who was given a contract of road to Barakazal to make sure he oversee that contract because he was the supervisor to make sure the road to Barakazal is accomplished on time. But the president, after during the swearing-in ceremony of Honorable Nyal Ding Nyal, he has revealed it to the citizen that reason why I removed that the minister Mayib, it is because that he has not achieved what I told him to do. But in fact, it's supposed to be to be taken to a justice. Justice should be the one to make sure he should be held accountable before he has been released. And in fact, those are the problems that we are supposed to address, not going to rebel against him and say that the system is bad. We are supposed that to call our president that say, Your Excellency, we need you to avoid such unnecessary removal of ministers, so that because you cannot appoint someone today, which what will be in his mind that is to go and rob the resources to steal the money, because that he or she will be removed tomorrow. So what will be in his mind that is to make sure he help himself from the hunger that he was being brought into, because all the ministers are broke. But what will be in their mind is to make sure that they fill in their pockets and then they go later on after they were relieved in the office. So the most important things we South Sudan to focus on, to ask our president to give some ministers time to have a strategic plan in their institution so that they can implement the vision and the mission of any institution, because any institution has rules and regulations, and they have vision, they have priorities that they're supposed to put in place. Like now, our citizens, our civil servants are suffering. They have more than 7 months. Ambassadors, they have more than 2 years without salaries. So, my people, we need to talk on a strategic, on the critical issues, not just the position and all this. So, let us have one stand, and so that the president himself should know why people are complaining about him. Thank you so much for your time.
Can I answer this question before our guests speak? Because I'm going to leave in a few minutes.
Yes.
Paul, can I answer this question before our guests? Because I'm going to leave in a few minutes. It's a question directed to me.
Yes.
I think his question went back to Emmanuel.
Okay.
He was actually asking Emmanuel.
Yeah, he will answer you. He will answer you, I know. But just a question directed to me here, just two or 3 seconds. It will not take that long.
I think we have struggled with the network. Deng Diing, I heard your voice. You want to answer something?
Yeah, just a question, just 5 minutes before Emmanuel. Yeah. I mean 5 seconds,
Okay,
not 5 minutes. Yeah.
So we can give chance to Joe, because Joe was here and he left, and so answer it very quickly, because I want to wrap it up though. I want to go because I have been here since 8 o'clock.
And I'm going to put in my conclusion too.
Time.
Okay, thank you. Well, my answer is going to go directly to Rod and Pepsi about blaming Nyandeng. I'm not blaming Nyandeng just as Nyandeng by herself. Yes, even the problem of Mayik that he corrupted, the president should have made him accountable. He should have been put in jail. President can be blamed with that. There are so many people that actually took money, corrupt. They've been investigated and they found guilty, but president don't put them in jail. So yes, president can be blamed for that too as well. So I will not blame only for Nyandeng. So I don't want you to take it wrong that I have personal problem with Nyandeng. So that's what I want to correct. Other than that, I will say thank you everybody for on the team, especially our guest Emmanuel. Thank you very much. All we need in South Sudan is a non-violence. We need to have a voice to have a non-violence, so we change the people and the system rather than we have a violence. So that is my conclusion for tonight. Thank you very much for your ideas, and I will leave the floor.
I think Born left is coming back. Moquer, unmute yourself. Moquer, the problem you being on mute. That's why we can't hear you.
Do it. All right, okay. I unmuted myself. Yes, hello. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Yeah, I did have a network before. Network issue. I was using my iPhone, but now I entered to my laptop using my Wi-Fi in the car. So, hello?
Guys, we remain, I don't know, we remain with 2 minutes. The system give us 2 minutes and then we come back. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize.
No,
then we
no,
will
you
come
have 30
back.
minutes. You have 3 hours and 30 minutes though. But that's okay. Okay, yeah. Well, what I want to put in is the issue of the aircraft that crash in Lagos State, right? I think that's what we were talking about. What I want to put there are a lot of things that has been said, especially our uncle Kwaje, says most important things already. About the aviation regulation. It is not something that we can blame the investors, those who put their money on
That's
things.
true.
We are not blaming them. We are blaming the Ministry of
That's
Aviation
true.
or whatever you call it, transportation or whatever. So these are the people we should put our blaming into. The government, we can put a little blame on that, 25% on that. First of all, 75% is a blame to the people that are given the work. And I blame the government 25%. Here is what should have been done. Everyone that is appointed as a minister, they first have to know the description of their duties, their job. And that's the first thing they should know. For them to be qualified as a minister of certain position, they should know what they should be doing. Okay, going direct. There are people who went to different countries in Kenya, Uganda. They go and purchases plane that are in recall. Okay, they don't check the recall. There are companies that are being recalled. There are years of transportation limit. You see, Kwaje say that the buses that come to South Sudan, they are very old. He's right. I've been saying this 9 years ago. The buses that travel from Uganda to South Sudan, compare them to the buses that travel from Uganda to Rwanda. They are different. Okay, so let somebody go and check that one in Kampala. You will see there is a difference, because there is a year that is required for the vehicle to be able to pick up the public. To maneuver around in publicly. So these years are mandate, and certain requirements are also accepted there. Okay, there are requirements. For example, if the companies that the manufacture of those vehicles, they may have recall in certain years. So that need ministry to work hard to do research of what are requirements, what type of vehicle should be allowed to be moving publicly in South Sudan. Apart from those that you say earlier, like the steering wheel, left-handed, this is the most dangerous thing. I will not even talk about. That left and right is the most dangerous thing. Okay, whether it's new or old, is the most dangerous thing to be allowed in South Sudan, in particular the country that accepted to use their lane. I don't know whether it's American. I think it's American. We drive left. I mean, we drive.
It's a British one. British one. You drive left. The steering is on the left. Like here.
We don't use British. We use American.
We use
it's
American,
like here, like America, Canada, the same thing here.
Okay, so that should be a regulation. Should be the first priority our government should enforce to the Minister of Aviation or whoever is there. I don't know whether it's the transportation is the one taking over aviation. I don't know. But whoever is taking lead there should look into duties of what are the vehicle or the airline that are supposed to maneuver around in South Sudan. Okay? Apart from the investors. So when you go and buy a plane, you have to meet the requirement. First, you have to meet a safety requirement. So your license can be approved. You meet a safety requirement for your license to be approved. Your budget, how much did you put in? It's not just like if you have $100,000, then that's what you want to start aviation. It's not like that. There is a certain limit where you can start aviation. It's not just when you have $200,000, then now you can start buying aircraft. No, you can't. You cannot buy aircraft when you have $200,000. That is very wrong. So these are the things need to be put into force. So our government need to work hard. So I'm very glad that you guys bring this one up, and it's very important. So whoever minister that work on aviation should look into this, and we will put into writing, and we will be able to talk about this all the time. And we need our members of parliament to be able to hear this video, and then take something out of this one. It's not only the president can do anything. We know that our president do everything, but people don't go and do their job. Even if president say today that this one is going to be done, I don't think people are going to respect that. But we need the minister to act. The minister to act, and also the president to act. So these are the things that we need to be able to, for us to be able to have safety. But at this point, I don't even fly from Juba to Yerul. It's not because I cannot afford it. It's because of the safety. Okay. Also, the buses are even more safer than the plane itself. So I really thank you very much, Brother Makur, and I think you may be going to work. So, and I think I'm done on this point.
He's done right now.
No,
Yeah, I think.
no, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to work, but
Okay.
because I love you guys so much, I don't want to cut you guys. So what I did, I took my computer, put it in my car, and I'm going to somewhere very, very important. So you guys just regulate yourself from person to person.
Okay.
Manage yourself while I'm driving.
Okay. Anyway, we left with 20 minutes. But I don't. I mean, 20 minutes, 22 minutes. So anyway, so
No,
this
now
is
you
this.
good.
So
You can talk now. You can talk and then give it to another person while I'm driving. Okay.
yeah. So anyway, that's okay. So Kwaje, Uncle Kwaje Mayani. I don't know where you get your name. I like your name. You have a very good name. So you have said good things already. And I just want to add this one because these are the things that we have seen in the past.
Yeah.
They are violation of our safety risks. I mean safety rule regulations. In particular, the transportation and the airline limitation. So these things should be put into force. And we want to ask our government or whoever is there to be able to act quickly, so our people can be safe. It's not just because if somebody that have a good airline go to your state, then you can abandon the other state that have the worst airline. So we don't need to be acted biased on this situation because this one is deadly, and people need to be put out of business. Those who buy aircrafts, they are crabs. They are called aircraft because they are crabs. So they need to remove them Yeah, when the aircraft is, when they call it aircraft, there is a meaning for it. You know, it's a crab. When it hit, it done. So that's why they call it aircraft. So
Okay.
That's a good one.
Okay, brother, guys, brother, because I want to go.
Yeah.
I want to go somewhere too. Huh? I want to go somewhere
say
too.
I'm done. You can go
Yeah,
now. You guys can
Emmanuel
continue.
Majur,
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere in 2 minutes. In 1 second.
Okay.
You see what we are talking about, because we have been trained using the South Sudan money before. We have been sent to school. We went from Juba to Wow. We have been trained in Wow. You see, all my friends, my friends are mostly Dinka from Awil, Dinka from Gogorial, those of Deng Diing, those of when we were in Wow, we used to go with them. We used to work with them, Deng Diing, those of Deng Diing. And we have been trained there so that we can come, and when the country come out like this one, we should be the expert to do our country there. Now, for example, Ugandans are all occupied places now. What do we suggest to the government? If the government can allow us to make union, for example, union of technicians. I'm a technician. We have to control the system, because now in South Sudan the system is not controlled. Like somebody can come and sit on the street and then repair a car, fix a car. It's not legal to fix a car on the street. It's not legal to fix a car, because this car is taking a passengers from here, from Juba to Rumbek, from Juba to Awil, from Juba to where. We need the car to be fixed properly, to be inspected properly. Magala clear BDMC, no, we need to fix everything right so that we cannot lose life, because somebody's life is better, more better than a car. A car, you can find a car. But if somebody is died, you cannot get it. You cannot get him back. So our government at least can listen. In the Ministry of Transportation, he can create departments like inspectors. For example, for me, I'm a mechanic. I work almost 30 years until now. Still I'm working. I can go there and be an inspector, inspecting. If you are inspecting all the garages down there in Juba, is this garage legal? Is it working? Is it they're trained? They went to school. They did this one right? Is it the car is? For example, if you say in Khartoum, you cannot brought a car of 1983, 85. You cannot brought to Khartoum. Completely, they cannot allow. Even though it's still new, they cannot allow. They go with the model. They go with the model of the car. But I was there because our people. Anyone want to, because we don't have, we have no interest of the country. We need only to get money. Everybody want to get money, to get rich out of for nothing. 1 year you want to become a millionaire. That's not good. That's not the country. We need to build a country for our generation that is coming. Young guys who are coming back home, still they are born or unborn. So that when we are not there, this country is already a good country, so that they can take from us. But now the country is, people are all, for example, if you today Jony, if today you are tip, if today you are tip, your son also can become a tip too. Sometimes maybe one of your son can become a tip, because that is a business that we are doing on it. If I am a killer, one day my son also will become a killer. That is why we don't want that one. We don't want that corruption. We don't want that corruption. We need to make union. For example, Peter come with the ideas. We need to make union. We need to control everything. And then at least the government can give also us chance. If I said this thing is wrong, because my experience, I have experience. It's not in blue that I went to school. I just went to school and I come from school. I know, but I have experience working on it. So. For now, I end up here. Sometimes when we talk in the social media, sometimes we criticize ourselves, or Dinga, or Equatoria, or Upper Nile. It's not a matter. We're all brothers. We're all brothers. But also, brothers can change it. Like, for example, if my brother, one mother, one father, come to on one line. But we are still brothers, huh? We are still brothers. Doesn't mean that I hate you or you hate me. We are all brothers. Only thing, for example, if there's a problem in your place in Awil, if there's a problem in Awil, if somebody in Awil say there's something there, me from Juba there, I cannot say that thing is wrong. That thing is not there. Let me believe on you and then find out exactly what if that thing is happening there. But some people in social media, they come here when I say, oh, I have a pain on my back. They say, no, you don't have a pain on your back. That's a wrong thing. But they say, I have a pain. My pain is on me. But some people say, no, you don't have a pain. You see, they want to post me that you don't have a pain. You continue going. Why? That is it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Yes.
Huh?
Diga kalli kalam wahid gabol ma ita ma mashiyata.
Come on, Dano Gulo Chokron, I govern my Yumshi.
Dano Gulo Chokron, yes. Lano, what I want to say is that it's good, to have a very elderly person like you on the discussion. Because
somebody
actually,
the background.
Yeah. With the background, also somebody with experience. Most of the things that you have told us now, we never knew about them, but we are now benefiting from them because you got experience and you are a very patriotic person. Because what is in your heart in the country, and you are talking about people, to do their job according to their profession, in different fields, so that solda ikun mechanic amul shogol botowta mechanic, ikun engineer amul shogol botowta engineer, pilot amul shogol botowta pilot, Molana amul shogol botowta justice.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we are all delivering services to our people, and our country can go ahead. So, like for example, الحكومة شغل كويس. ده حكومة بتاعت ناس أبلالير ما minister تارون تلتا قلتا قبل ده.
Joseph Lago.
James Tumra. You see, all those buildings now people are using in Juba, including J1, where President Kiir is now, and all the ministries, they were built in 18 months. 18 months only. And
that's true.
And they told white people that we don't need your money. You come and build for us, and then leave us the property, the place.
Yeah.
Now the difference is this: people, when they are given donation, they tell them, bring the money, we come and build ourselves. Then they build nothing. Now what is happening? Those building now, the boy out of the must be United Organization with all this oil money.
I know.
There's nothing they have added. The boy must have a renovation. There's no another new building there, including the office of the president, office of the vice president, all this. And how many years?
Assembly, even the assembly Talago, the Gula Assembly Talago.
Talago. Jamal de Ramushunu. Mamulaja, Windum Grush. Zamanda, Jamada Kalma into Grush. Kubur Betajuba as Lago Yamulu, Manasabalia, Shupta. And the same system is the same system that train you. And that's now you are a good person. That's why you are giving us good advice. Because system and leadership can build good people to work within the country. But if the system is wrong, even everybody can become corrupt, including even myself, I can become corrupt. Because if the father is corrupt in the house, what will the children do? The children also will join the same way the father is doing things. So I'm very happy for your presence here. And you really made our show to be very important. Bikalam why there no kulu gobalta mama shed kaman. Finas gal gibel gal yan inada uzola fat gal malum ukishalu fil sulta yao mashi fil gaba. Al jamada kulu ma fi zola shalu sula mashi fil gaba. Riyang masha turju fi Juba. These people, they don't understand what is happening. I'm in Juba myself. I was in Juba. The president and the people around the presidency, when they see you are trying to bring changes, or you are trying to complain that things should not be done like this, they create a situation whereby you can be sent away like a rebel. They create a war. Then you are sent to the bush, you become a rebel. Now Malung, when he was removed, he wanted to go to Awil to go and go to his farm. He was stopped on the way and he was told, if you go, you will have problem. Come to Juba. So he came to Juba. He was put under house arrest. Under house arrest. He said he became sick. He came for treatment. He was locked not to go back to Juba. So you are forced to become a rebel. You see? Nas G10, G10, G10 da kan sujunu mawal. Sujunu mushala pitayara. Berun passport jam ki Kenya. Demuru darem shi filgaba. Mabizol. These are the people who push people to the bush so that they remain to continue looting the country. And there's a misconception there. They say people went to the bush. Nobody.
Hey, Emmanuel.
People are running.
Jay, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, man.
Let him talk.
Let him talk. Hey,
let him talk.
Let's not go there. We're talking about the development.
There are people who are saying
I will not accept that.
Tomusirilo, Tupardu. Amulu Akis, Gat Tomusirilo, Gassero Grush. Ella Nasbum Shiba, Amulu Shalora Bat Bedu, Shunu. Ya Tomusirilo Shaba, Jacket, Menkin Benjamin, Katar Kaptu, Yella Jerry. Mabizon, the system in Agrama, and then the Zamdagal Mabitur Tander Torin to Galgata Negot, Namsu. A little Galgata to Jubara, a Shator de Borborao in the Zamteran. So that's what they are doing because they don't want people to tell them that you are mismanaging the country, then you are sent away. Now let me say this because you talk of something very important before on your closing remark. This war that Junubde is not about tribalism. Our people now have realized we have one common thing that's affecting us. The diseases is affecting us because we don't have hospital. The education is affecting us. We don't have good school. The Kulu, these are the common things that are affecting us. We don't have food. We call them common needs. These things bring us together, whether you are Kawaja, whether you are from whichever tribe, and you are living in South Sudan, we are affected by one thing. And we must fight for our right to get these services.
That's true.
Mafi beru tadinga lindu masura bamshi bok bara ubedu tabari bukaliu.
Mafi. Yeah, that's true.
So why should we say Bari are the one complaining? Or a certain tribe is one complaining? It's all of us. Yeah? We don't have hospital for Dinga, we don't have hospital for Equatorial, all the Junubin mind the hospital. So this issue must be taken seriously. It is a common concern and we forget about our tribalism. We should not be talking of tribe. We are affected by common needs. What is affecting us, whether you are from which tribe, is affecting me as long as you are a resident of Juba or you are a citizen of South Sudan. That's one thing people do not understand. People who are corrupt in the government is a cartel. Few groups are Equatorian, few groups are Dinga, few groups are Nuer, few groups are Nazistan Equatorial Daru.
They're all there. They're all there.
I mean, these are cartel. It's not one tribe. They're only using the name Dinka as a cartel because of the population of Dinka Piami. But the people who are stealing the country, most of them are Equatorian, most of them are Dinka, most of them are Nuer. You know, they're all cartels. So if we need to remove them, let's not talk of tribe. Let's remove them as a regime, and then they must go, all of them. That's what I can say in summary.
Mr. J on J is Mamurta.
But hey, boy,
I just
back. Emmanuel Majur.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Yet, hold on.
Mr. Majur.
Hold on.
Mr. Bolmakur.
Yes.
Bolmakur.
Yes.
Yeah, you are doing a good job. Yeah.
I say that bring that guy back again.
No,
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. We can meet next time. We can meet next time, guys. Huh?
Yeah, you can meet next time.
I will be there. Huh?
Thank you, Mayani. Mayani, thank you.
Ana Tarumbek.
No problem. I'm just trying to say thank you. Welcome back next time. Okay, it's gone. Okay, let's leave it there. Are we closing or what?
No, we are not closing.
No, closing. I see my brother.
I just take away Mayani because he was saying that he's going.
I have a
Okay.
burning situation.
Yeah, you will come. Let me just put my little point here. I think Emmanuel is froze. He's frozen on his screen. He's coming back. Maybe he dropped. I hope he's listening to us. Yeah, Joseph, Makwir,
Yes.
you confusing people with your name, man. We can't even say it like Chinese.
Yeah. JNY.
Yeah,
They not even. They not
Johnny.
even
I
one
know him.
word. They
I
not
know him
even
long
one word.
time.
Yeah, this is Johnny.
Johnny,
Okay.
were you in
Yeah.
Dimo or were you in Peñido? I think you were in Dimo, right?
I'm Joseph Nyet. I'm from I left in 1985. My history is beyond you guys.
I know, but no. But you were with us
So
in
I left
Dimo. You were with us.
1985 and I went with Koryom together.
You
And then
were
I
with
came
us
back.
in Dima. You were with us
Huh?
in Dima.
No, I was in the Yerul with the Mormor, and then I'm in. I was in Mading, and then in Yerul, and then in Tali with Adit. Okay, so I've been around, and then I went to what it is called Polataka, 1990. Later on, yeah, at the end of 1990.
So you didn't go to Ethiopia?
No, I did not go to Ethiopia.
Man, I treat you like a hammy. Kumbe Charuita Masijit Sakit.
No. I am an army before you. 1985.
Ma
You guys did not go.
Asuma Simidini. Ma Pinda
Hey, Asuma, ana Arabi. Ana Arabi, ligina Madar Arabi.
Asuma.
Okay.
Kalas, Ointa
What
Madar
are we
Arabi,
doing here?
Ointa Man nationalist. Arabi Bitana Bitajuba, they had to be Jibu door, Zato, Abu Jib fees. Ma Asuma, Mainta Zato.
Bonma Akur, can you bring back
Okay.
Emmanuel?
This guy, I need him. Chiladi.
Emmanuel is not. Emmanuel, I think he went to sleep because I don't see him logging back again.
Huh?
He just dropped. I think the network dropped him. So
the network dropped him. Hey,
okay.
Joe.
Maybe he was going to listen.
Joe.
Huh?
Let me tell you, Ukidkan and Ina PSPLA, the time we were in SPLA, there were those people who were followed the army so they can slaughter their cows. Those people were called Katiba Jirkis.
Hey, look. Okay, Bapingene. Let's say they give me guns, and then I go and act in the position of the military, right?
Yes.
And tiram la kwai, bagala kwai diar, bagala wall, kula miet bay ke miet je, ke chol mugen. Queen mugdang. Okay, what is that called?
Weather circuit, yeah.
Tin dia la nyon dang ko lela rap kaka all ke baga bay ke queen. Big je. What is that called?
My
that's a service. It's called a service.
That was my job. I do that for like
so
2
you
years.
did a good job.
Okay.
You provide me your.
The time of 87, 88, I was doing that one. And
Joe,
you guys went to Ethiopia.
Hey, Asma, your name to pronounce them well, put ye there so you can be pronounced as Joe. So let me tell you, you were doing a good things, but I'm just playing with you. You were
right. Thank you. And then Polataka later on. And then I went to Polataka later on.
What Makur? Oh, you are mute.
Okay, I want to respond to.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Makwet. Makwet, wait. Let me put some cross point to my brothers who just left.
That's the guy I want to respond to. Yeah, Lotwing.
Yeah, Emmanuel and Kwaji, they are in one team, so they don't support the government. That's one thing you have to know. So their point are actually related. But my answer to them is that we, South Sudanese, only what we needed. We need peace. We have to have a stable country. All the things that we are talking about, they're not going to work. They are just a cross line. There's no way you're going to improve infrastructure in South Sudan. You cannot do construction. You cannot even you cannot build a good hospital. You cannot build a good school. Why? Because there's a lot of insecurity in the areas everywhere. across
Right.
the country. If
Right.
you happen to have your own organization, like my brother Borma Kuri here, if you go to build the school there in Lake State, and the school have nobody is actually going to guide the school. There's no rule. Who do you think is going to be the teacher in that school when they are not safe? Somebody try to find where to be safe. The children that are going to school there, they will not get a better service um, in a school. So for us, we have to leave the tribal line behind. Instead of always talking about names, Dinka, Noor, Suluk, Anyuak, who have you, we're not going to change anything. And here is the problem too. When somebody actually work in the government of South Sudan and they leave Juba, they become rebel. Um, like my brother himself, I think he's better off than us right now because he's been in the government of South Sudan before. He grabbed himself some money and now he tried to defend his post. He have his little post that he hired and is running with them. The same everybody talking about the government are the one that were actually in the government, and they were the one that took the money. And they are come here telling us their development and the government is bad. Then nobody call the government. The government is you. If you don't accept yourself that you will do something in that country, nobody is going to
Yes.
do it for you. All of us, we are
Absolutely.
in the Western countries here. We don't work for the government. I myself, I can tell you what I went to school for. I actually went to school for. I'm a businessman. I'm a business guy. What I studied, my actual academic is accounting. Am I working now in accounting firm? No. So it does not mean that what I actually learned from school will be automatically going to change South Sudan. It don't work that way. I have to work for somebody in accounting firm for me to practice more instead of the imagination that I have that I went to school so I can change the country called South Sudan. We're not going to work. We're not going to change nothing. So if we don't avoid the system that we come, when you work in the government, you grab some money, you run away, you try to come and tarnish the image of the nation. What we are protecting here is the nation. It's not the government. Kir can go tomorrow, somebody else can come, but it will be still called South Sudan. It's not going to change. Whether it's your dad or is my father, you become a president, it's not going to change South Sudan. It will never. So for us, we have a difficult time here. All of them, when you have somebody, South Sudan had only independent 2 years, and everybody become a millionaire. Those who were actually in the ministries, they are millionaires now. If you can ask in this world, what country is that people are actually getting rich in 2 years? There are some people don't even know a pound that were the South Sudanese pound. Some of them they never seen it. They live in South Sudan, they never seen that pound. So myself is here. We have to preach. Number one, we have to preach unity. We have to accept ourselves first instead of just keeping a blame. A blame game is not going to solve our problem. Anybody from your tribe, from your clan, or from your section will come tomorrow and become a minister of something. You gang up with him or her, and you try to tell her that you become a country. That's not that's not how it works. We have to work hand in hand. Why we not accepting ourselves? And nobody is paying us here. Um, I have to make it short, but it's very good. It was a good show. We have to come together as a brothers, as a country, and highlight out some issues like the issue of aviation was a nice thing to talk about it because we need some change. We don't really need to change using the change by forcing those people in the power, forcing them out. We creating more problems. So myself, I don't agree with government, those who are actually preaching the hate speech, those who are actually preaching government go. There's no way you're going to change, tell the government to go. The government is not only one person. You can take it out, but what about the rest? What are they going to do? And for us, young people that are actually trying to get into the government business, you have to know that somebody have to train you before you go there. If the owner of them they go, who is going to train us? Who is going to show us the system of government? By the way, you just graduated from university yesterday, and you have no experience. You don't even know. You never been in the management, in the leadership. Who is going to teach you? Who is going to train you how to proceed with your leadership? If you don't accept people that are actually been working in the government before, we want them to go. So how are we going to let them go? I know you said you want them to go, but you recommending one of your uncle that is the same age with them. By the way, like people say that he go, they want to replace him with Dr. Mashar. They want to replace him with Taban Dengai and the rest. What is the difference? What difference are they going to make? So for me, I have to make it short, brother Burmakur. I love your show because we have to be honest to ourselves. We have to be a brothers here. Some show, sometime when you go there, somebody will abuse you to death, and that's not what. It's not healthy discussion for us to leave other country. So we have to put some common sense in place when you are debating with somebody. Discussion is not try not to be. We're not hating ourselves, but we have to try to find a common ground. What will be our common ground to bring this country is actually in a mess? How are we going to bring it back? But don't come and tell me you yeah, you then you support the government. I don't want you. Then you're not going to pick the government, the country by yourself. You want me. You have to convince me. How do you want to fix it? And I will tell you my side. Then from there we will have a constructive, um, decision making. That's how I think that we can work it out. And thank all of you. I'm still here, but I was just answering, try to put my cross point. I've been listening for a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, Bull. Hello. You mute yourself, Bull.
Bono is on mute.
Okay.
Joe,
Is on mute.
Joe with Palataka. Joe with Palataka. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I want to conclude myself because you look like you're sleeping, so you need to go to sleep. What I'm going to say here is the same thing that close to what my brother Deng Khamis said. Sometimes it's okay. This platform is for everyone. It's for rebel and the government or whoever. But I just want you to be careful sometime, Bol Makur, because there are some shows that people don't want to interfere these days. Okay, when people started speaking another language that we don't want to listen, then people run away from that show. That's what happened now. Some shows, there are some shows that people don't want to see. And some show, like, for example, my friend Jonkor's show, I go there, but there is sometime that back in the days when he was bringing Pagana Mom, bringing all this and all this stuff, and then what happened? People begin to have problem with my Jonkor. But anyway, Jonkor is doing great. I'm not saying anything wrong with it. But there are some other show too. It's okay to invite anyone that want to say anything negative, but you need to have a limit to guide them the way they want to talk, so they cannot spoil the state lake media show. We are not insulting Riek Machar here. We are not insulting anyone. We are not accusing anyone. The problem of South Sudan is beyond accusing individual. It is something bigger. You know what? Creating it, we just need peace. We need to be united and talk peace and talk about development, and not to mention individuals among the government. But those who run away are the one actually creating chaos. And they create chaos, and then later on they come, and when they go there, the problem with our government is because our government reward those who run away for problem, and then they come back, and then they come with the big ranks or big money or whatever, with the big title. So that is an issue in South Sudan, and maybe that's why it encouraged a rebellion too much, because of more reward. That might have encouraged the rebellion. So that one may need our government to limit something or put a regulation to put those things into stop. So that is what I can say at the final. And thank you so much, Brother Bolomakur. I see there is another individual there, but I'm done from here.
Thank you
so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Joe, thank you. Actually, we know each other since Kakuma. I don't know if you know that, and I read your history of you being in your blanket. So that's a good history.
Yeah.
Jumai Thiok, you are highly welcome to share the topic with us. Go ahead.
No. Clever.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I ran the one kid go clear that.
June Mike, go ahead.
Guys, because I just came recently anyway, because I just want listening to you guys, you know, and then maybe later on I will talk after you guys finish.
Okay, we had been here for almost 7 hours, June Mike, and
wow.
Our topic was Majur was here. And our topic was, there were a lot of topics being discussed. Actually, you find out we already finished, you know. So we already finished everything. So we talked about aviation, we talked about plane crash, we talked about the corruption, we talked about a lot. But the conclusion that made by Joe, he said that Lake State media need to be controlled. If somebody come here and he is very abusive, he need to be stopped. That was one of his last statements. Maybe you can comment on that and we exit.
Okay. Yeah, anyway. Lajan legit one way Jad Makur Gulgibe, Makur said that, you know, like some people, like when they escaped and they went to the bush and then they came back later on, they came back with a high rank and they came back with money, big title like that. Anyway, according to the government of South Sudan, they have different people anyway. Because nowadays in South Sudan, if you go and told them that, hey, that one is not the right way you guys going to. Can you guys go this way, this is the right way? They say that, fuck you, man. That's not what we are doing here. We need to go in this wrong way. That's the right way. Because like, if somebody says that, oh, kind of tall. Huh? That's the problem in South Sudan right now. If you tell them correct thing, that's the way that we can go ahead with the good thing in South Sudan, and we need South Sudan to be changed because South Sudan is a rich country. It's a very rich country, but people like now, we people who've been in a diaspora because we are a lot, but people who are right now in the offices in South Sudan, you know, the foreigners, all of them. And do you know why? What is the reason? They don't want help because we're gonna go and tell them that no, we need to work 8 hours. If 8 hours, 8 hours.
8 hours.
10 hours. But they don't want that. They need to relax. And they say that they're working. So now, lazim teji female chakol Satamania. Loda Satamania. Gumba them sa kamsa. The
If you
bed,
don't
but
come
they
at
don't
8
want that.
o'clock, you get fired.
They don't want that. Huh? But according what we're gonna learn from them, we need to watch them first until they change came later on, and then we can talk. Like right now, we can't change nothing in South Sudan, even though we talk 24 hours or 24/7 in these legislative media.
Yeah,
We're not gonna change nothing.
that's right.
We're not gonna change nothing.
We need to
But what
come
we're gonna
home.
do anyway is brainstorming. That's what we are doing right now. So that kichik de lega that kere ko ni, lo fijar lo gulga clean ni jarabu mingi wala sunun tana jakal wala mai jakal ni ya waja nin ga da mulasa fi legislative media. So but a lot of things that are wrong in South Sudan, and then if you tell them the right thing and you say that tomorrow you're gonna go to South Sudan, they're gonna wait you in the airport. And when you go there, they catch you, they say that you're fucking under arrest. But you're telling them truth. So anyway, I will not gonna go long. I will stop here, and then if you guys want to close, close.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Thiok. You made actually a very good point. You made those points, nobody mentioned even them before. So that's a very good point. Then go wrap it up, and we will close because I'm really
okay. Okay. My brother, June Mike. Thank you. June Mike. Yeah. Thank you for your comments. I myself, I don't really disagree with people a lot. Sometimes it's good to disagree with somebody you actually cross point with. So, but when you disagree with somebody, you have to never ever say a word to one another. That's what killing us South Sudanese. Because you can accuse somebody you don't even know. You can accuse somebody that did not even say anything. It's because he's there and is not from your tribe. These are the issues that we have. The one thing I would tell you for the government, yes, of course, the right, there is a limit of right and everywhere. That's why we have what is called the government. The government put out the right of every citizen there. The citizen are the one that make the constitution, but your constitutional right sometimes has a limit. If you went out your limit, then there will be a cause for it. So for me, I don't really disagree. I disagree with what they do. The security personnel actually they're not doing the job in Juba because a lot of us what we doing here. I can just put in a simple term. One of us we always trespassing. We don't know the limit of being a citizen. We put out the unnecessary words and the ideas that are not going to build our nation. And those things have to be taken care of. The problem, the system is not being set up. But if you are actually being faced what you said, and you have to go to jail for your word. You're responsible. You're a grown-up person. When you said anything that is actually harming other citizens, you can be charged for it. That's the meaning of the government, and that's why we own a citizen. We have a limit. You can't just go beyond your limit. So that's what I try to emphasize here. Um, we try to embolic every single thing. When it comes to the healthcare, anybody have nothing to do with healthcare. You try to blame the doctors who are they are suffering. They're not getting paid, and you just blaming them. The whole nation with people that are doing the job voluntarily. They don't get nothing out of it. So for me, I would say, okay, let's try to relax, some time to put our mind down. That's how we can unite. But there's a lot of things that we put out there that are not going to help our nation. And if you know, you believe yourself that you can be a leader in that country one day, you don't really have to look after the leaders every day, what they do. You try your best. How are you going to change them? Yeah, this social media here, they're listening. They have the Facebook like we do. They pay for it and they listen what we're saying here. But they have some changes that they can make out of what we're saying. But if we keep abusing ourselves, abusing them, abusing the tribe, then somebody is going to pick up from what is being said about again their tribe, and they will miss out the good thing that will help them to change, to make some change in the country. So I don't have to repeat myself. That's what I can say. The law is not active in the country because people are just committing crime and running away with them. Those millionaires, they're supposed to be in jail. There's no point. If I go to South Sudan and I work in the bank, what am I going to get? There's no money in the bank. Anybody that come with a briefcase, they have money. They have account outside the country, in the Western country. So we blame the government, but we have to blame our immediate family that were actioning in the government. One of them, they are rebel. You don't nobody like the title of being called a rebel, but if you rebel, you leave the system that you set up by yourself. Then how we call it? So I have to stop from there. Thank you, my brother, and Burma, let's keep it up. And we South Sudanese, let try to forgive ourselves sometime and try to relax. I know it's a lot of social media. They can be go sometimes they go to up to 1,000 people watching them is because somebody is talking about Dinka, somebody is talking about Nuer, somebody is talking about Chuluk, somebody is talking about Lotuko. So those people, when you see that show, it's actually go up to 200 or 300 people. It's a hate speech. Somebody is actually is throwing, people are actually group up and throwing, they are throwing hate speech against other tribes, but it doesn't matter. The truth hurts sometimes. One person can hear the message. That's what I can say. And you are doing a great job. I don't know where is Madid today, but I'll see you. I'll see him next time. God bless. Let all stay in blessed in wherever we live. Thank you.
Thank you, Deng Khamis. I really appreciate your input. And Jul Mike Tiok, I have really appreciate your presence. But next time, be present earlier so you can catch up with us, because your contribution is crucial. And all my Lake State media audience, I really appreciate you for coming and share the topic with us. Bolmakur, the CEO of Lake State Media. Welcome, and we will share the next topic. Probably it could be with Madin Majak, the manager of Lake State Media. It could be with Peter Kenny, the reporter of Lake State Media, and he's also the analyst of Lake State Media. Anything that need to be analyzed, it has to go to him. So we have divided the job. And the Lake State Media is for all South Sudanese. This is the platform where you come and you correct the government and you support the government. Any party is here to be concerned. Okay? Consent. So you coming here and you have to consent, not consent. Consent. You know, CONSENT. Consent. Thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All
Have a
right.
good day. Thank you.